Hello and welcome to another stream. Today being I read Homestuck, and only Homestuck, because I've been juggling for a bit, technically doing things early, and how I reached the day where things were supposed to happen but obviously didn't happen. Not gonna happen, so yeah, I guess it's just gonna be a Homestuck today. So I guess with that being said, no recordings, nothing mature, themes and content ahead. And epilepsy warning, so definitely epilepsy warning. And I'll try and, not go on long tangents, naturally censors things if, deemed so. And yeah. And hi God, welcome. But yeah, time to begin the reading. Doing pretty good, I guess. Not Aaron, Equius, god damn it, looks so dead. Anyway, time to, I guess, continue. Repairing my arm would go a little further if squaring his debt with me. Even if I came with both intact, I might have ripped one off and put to task just to halt his blubbering. Delia was always a skilled mechanist and proved an adequate distraction. So pacified, he listened to what I had to say about my recent travails with the law and power of spite. And what I came for in truth. The treasure he had been keeping safe for me. I cradled the oracle in my synthetic hand, as if appraised by weights the mystic qualities, and still concealed with my vision eightfold seared away. I was blinded to its secrets as the old doctor was to its present whereabouts. I learned to keep it cloaked from the awareness of a man who once called me his protege, a backhanded term of endearment from a smug manipulator. Locating him so locating his so-called dark pockets was the only gambit I had countering his milk-tongue doublespeak. The expirate for indiscernible reasons seemed naturally surrounded by such a void in the doctor's awareness, and so was uniquely fit to inherit the orb. The doctor could not see his treasure, nor I into it. I considered what to do with it for a while. Should I find Paraspite by consulting with the oracle, as I had so often to steal fortune from my adversaries? I guess exploring some technological means of gazing through its surface may have been simple enough, but I hesitated. Every expedient granted by its consul, though never instantly, came at a price. Knowing his nature, I'm surprised I only now recognize it in another instrument of his superfluous benevolence, dangerous by way of selective divulgence. The sense of infallibility his oracle brought me was superficial, and in hindsight weakened my readiness. Knowing my fate so far in advance, I took Red Glare's threat lightly. The greatest mistake I have made was asking the orb when I would die. But as I revisited the prophecy surrounding this unfortunate query, something struck me. I thought of the man I would have as a mate spirit centuries from now, who's said to command an army of beasts, the one called the Sumner. Oh, Taros' ancestor. If my session with the dragon should come to burn for so long, would he be the one to assist me in taming it? I did not have enough knowledge to ask the right questions when I had the opportunity. Were that the case, I might have asked if the opportunity would be his rare abilities of commotion that would bring Faust Bright under control? Would it be on account of my influence? And if so, would I exert this influence by taking his will or winning his heart? These are details I would have given no second thought in drawing from the orb. My curiosity, a force usually too much to quell, but now I have thought of the summoner often. I have been troubled to know that as one so common-blooded, he would not possibly have hatched yet, nor will he wriggle from the caverns for many sweeps. So I must have patience to take up my role in this story of heroism. It is a tale which reads to me as though lifted from a child's story. Yet I know I'd be a fool to doubt its veracity entirely. He would rise through the ranks of the cavalry reapers and assume command, having proven the most skilled and fearless of them. He would exhibit a remarkable preparation, the sort only recorded in myth, growing or perhaps simply revealing a striking pair of wings. His army, thus inspired, would spearhead a major rebellion. Surely one at least on the scale of the sectarian revolt crushed by the High Bloods, who thereafter forbade its mention or any invocation of the heretical symbols. It has 69. That's supposed to be the cancer symbol. At all. Even in private journals, which is why I stick to the fable of the summoner and not risk another execution with even oblique reference to the compelling tale of the sufferer. Resolution to summons immunity is foggy, as I only understand what has been related to me through the brief answers I thought to solicit. Ultimately, the eye of the condensance would be such that in settling dust of the conflict, she would banish all from the homeworld except the young. She would scour all those who reached maturity to the stars to fight her wars. I presume to keep them occupied, existing in a less centralized state from which such a coup may arise. This is still an incredible notion for me to consider, and I cannot imagine how she would come to enforce such an upheaval in our civilization. But I suppose she will have on her side the advantage of an unparalleled lifespan and the leverage extended by the hideous psychic prongs of her deep, undulating monstrosity. This is until it chooses another little witch to serve. Nevertheless, I take the prediction as true and find it amusing that a homeworld dominated by children will be the great Sumner's legacy. One of them, at least. Most importantly, and less amusingly, his legacy will be my demise. You see, I first learned his name when I asked who would be the one to kill me. I have never spoken nor written of him out of contempt for the prophecy, but do so here in my final entry for this journal. I took this to be a pitiful fate and scored the orb for any means of escaping it, or at least to salvage a little dignity from the tale of my downfall. Alas, it had no consolation for my vanity. But as I sit here deciding what to do with the damnable little sphere, I understand my error. It was not in failing the chart to course through future events to turn my fortune's tide, even so many sweeps from now. It was in believing the future was mine to know, and fortune mine to control. If this hero is meant to breathe life into my embittered heart, and if he is to earn the right to run it through, then so be it. For him I will commit to this page my highest expectations. and for what precious uncertainty is left in my future, I renew my vigorous anticipation. The oracle I will resolve to part with. I will conceal it in a crypt bearing the sign of the spotted with the map to its location in this journal. To whoever finds it, be wary, for the truth it tells may leave its new keeper blind as I was, though no more. Flip. Oh. Are the group dead or not? What the? Oh man, those are some heads. Hey Redgar, nice outfit. Same to you, Visca. As much as it pains me to admit you're fruity, delicious, thanks. I finally wised up, and why does the text go so far? Yes, I see that. So you come for revenge then? Not revenge, justice. It's like poor. Biscuit, please. Powers and pet. Gamzee isn't dead, you dope. It also makes it hard to read when it's glitching. One murder I was responsible, you know, Tavros, I guess? God. Both. Oh. I always see this consequent in mind. Block. Block the signs. Yes, now it's time to go for GT. Oh, alright. The disc is too badly damaged. You can no longer play Homestuck. Quit. Oh, alright. You are forced to quit. You will not be able to resume playing unless you can either repair the scratch in the disc. You will need to seek the service of someone who is capable of fixing a scratch. A scratch doctor, if you will. Visit doctor. You rang. This was a joke. Of course. You didn't. I don't have a doorbell. Remember. Haha. Hee hee. Hoo hoo. Please come in. Oh, there's a banner now. Welcome to my apartment. I trust you will find my voice is more palatable against this decor. I continue to be an excellent host. I expecting 2 more guests later. First one and then another. Make yourself comfortable in the meantime, but don't touch the candy on the table. This is reserved for one of my guests. Let's have a look at this disc. She really did a number on it, didn't she? It's virtually unplayable like this. What a shame. There are many moments trapped on this disc, which you would have no doubt found to be quite exhilarating. But yes, I can fix it. Homestuck. It will take time, though. I estimate, by which I mean I am certain by the way of omniscience that when I am done we will have reached just shy of the green circle on the card above. I am sure you have already presumed this mark represented the beginning of Act 6. The dish should be ready to run in time to witness the critical event. A confluence of thickly interwoven concurrent circumstances which have been meticulously arranged by myself, influenced to a much lesser extent by you, and by an even more negatable degree are heroes. The scratch will be healed in time to watch these heroes put into motion, yes, the scratch itself. If you don't mind waiting Here, while I complete my repairs, I will tell you the rest of the story. I will show you as well as I recover from as I recover data from the disk, but the visuals I supply will be nothing more than abbreviated snapshots, and my telling will be abridged. Immortality notwithstanding, I am not going to live forever, you know. Tick. More clocks. And since, for once in my life, time is at a premium, let's get on with it. Where were we? Talk. Never mind, I figured it out instantly because of my unfathomable intellect, limitless knowledge, and mind-boggling charisma. Granted, my charisma has less to do with it than the other qualities, but it didn't hurt, did it? Here, I'll show you. Tick. The seer mind has challenged the thief of light to a simple game of chance. If the result was the undamaged side, the thief would agree to stay. If not, she would go. Talk. The result of the flip was left inconclusive, at which point you decided to pay me a visit. But the inconclusive should not be confused with the uncertain. The actual result was trivial. It was a constant across all timelines. Both the seer and the thief knew this. It's always a scratch. The thief used her abilities to steal the fortune of her opponent and force the flip to yield what she regards the most favorable outcome. The sea anticipated this move correctly. This is why I don't care much for gambling, while a sucker is born with every tick of the clock, a cheetah is born with every talk betwixt. Also, because it is boring and I am already a very wealthy man. Tick. The seer replayed her terms through the generally understood argot of an assassin. The result, go. while at face value, which suggests the thief was not allowed to leave, was actually the seer's code word for the threat of death. This was obvious to everyone, including the thief. Talk. While the thief turned to fly away, making a show of claiming her prize, the seer would stab her in the back. The moment her guard was dropped, this was her plan. Not a particularly clever tactic in its own right, but its ingenuity didn't dwell in the novelty of the ruse, nor even the neutralized probabilities in the game of chance. Psychology was in play. Tick. Naturally, the thief knew this was her intent all along. She knew the seer would have understood the outcome to be rigged, and that she likely intended to kill her as a consequence of the fixed result. This was to be seen as an implicit dare to the thief to allow the flip to fall fairly, something which the seer knew the thief's ego wouldn't allow. And the seer knew the thief knew all this as well. Just another pair of cheaters attempting to play with their cards face up. Amateurs. Talk. And hello, Razor Fraser, welcome. Each was gambling, not with any vehicle of probability, which had been eliminated from the question, but with each other's intentions. The thief indeed took the seer's bait, stealing the luck needed to effect the flip in defiance of her dare. And in turning to leave, she posed a dare of her own to the seer, challenging her to back up the implied threat. This was the thief's gamble. She wagered the seer would not be able to go through with it. It turned out she was right. So ends a tale of rivalry. Well, almost. There's a bit more, but in order to understand its proper conclusion, we should first catch up with another of my other proteges from whom I've been expecting a message shortly. The other seer, the other hero of light. Tick. Oh, it's like a thing. Talk. Oh damn, that's a big crater. Tick. Talk. Round 2. Strife. John still dead. Here we left our human hero of light. Oglo Parry. She flew away to take vengeance on the Noir, this side of the scratch that is the one less angry and dangerous, the one not yet unmotivated by a compelling duel. Compelling but not particularly challenging. The seer wouldn't win this duel. My apologies if this spoils the outcome for you. I cannot speak as discreetly about such matters against this canvas. Tick. I warned her. I warned my neophyte prodigy not to stare into that ball. Talk. Yep. I told her about stairs. I warned you about the stairs, bro. It keeps happening. Moving on. I remind you that the pacing of my account will be characterized by a reduction in granularity from what you have come to expect by way of an undamaged disc. You will imagine the remainder of the duel to be sensational, and I will continue my steady distribution of facts as if they were pieces of candy poured from a bottomless white hemisphere. The duel ends, the seer dies, the slayer departs. The air comes back to life. This outcome was hardly a point of suspense. It would be disingenuous of me to prevent it as such, and I will not belittle your intelligence with such a tawdry okay, that's a tricky one. Narrative ploy. It would be rude, and I am too well dressed for that kind of behavior. If there truly stood some chance of permanence to the heir's corpsehood, I can hear you asking now. How could this moment later come to pass? Because it's still gonna, I guess, have that message with Carcat. And for that matter, what sort of story would this be with our human hero of breath made to stay a cadaver? Definitely not the not one the Alpha timeline would allow. And what sort of spectator would you be if you've forgotten the terms ruling the conditional immortality he won with his previous similarly unceremonious impaling? Oh, and I realize now that the lunch tops, but it's goddamn Bill Cosby. uh, because when I saw it originally, I didn't know of the lunch tops, I believe, but now I do. He'd done nothing to earn martyrdom, by which we might laud his fall as heroic, nor he had tasted notoriety. Needle kind to secure death, one may pass just. And while I cannot give you my assurance, I'm reasonably convinced of this much. When the hero of breath dies for good, it won't be as a scoundrel, but not for a lack of a devoted mentor. If I had served as his mentor directly, rather as his mentor's mentor, he may have stood a fair chance of preparating something underhanded. At the very least, his jokes might have been better. Instead, he got her. The other hero of light, always bugging him, bugging and fussing and meddling. What's her deal? Let's find out. I mentioned there was a bit more to her story. I believe it's time to resume it. Time, Dr. Freeman? Is it really that time again? I trust you won't mind if I step away for a moment. I have important guests arriving very soon. If you need me, I'll be up here making sure everything is order, which is already, it already is, and keeping an eye, which I don't have, on the clock, which I don't need. Yep, so now it's gonna be up in the banner. Now stuff is, I think, gonna happen in the banner. Tick. Pointing around. Talk. Tick. Whisk is flying around. Talk. Oh. Mr. Slick has arrived. And Jack. Bonk. Why is the bonking? Tick. Talk. Tick. Talk. I guess Jack is just being like, yeah, I'm out here, bye. Guess Rose is trying to contact Scratch. Tick. And it's taking the stuff again. Like, oh, I guess what happened, oh, is now present or whatever. Talk. Man, I got even more stuff. I'm getting so many damn albums at this point. Dump. I guess that just allows for a lot to be seen later. Apologies for my preoccupation. I have managed to pacify the rowdy of my two other guests with sugary little black dogs so that I may continue my narration, but only briefly. In a moment I will go stand over by my typewriter and teach my neophyte protege the consequences for taking advice from strange men over the internet. I continue to attend to my second guest, who is from an earlier point in the story. Remember, swoosh or smoosh. We met here in my apartment a little while ago. At that moment, I was busy hosting you from the future, which is you right now, but I did not mention this at the time. I would have introduced your past self to your future self and vice versa. But it is a well-known fact that past and future selves tend to not get along. I like future me. Don't assume. If it was God, then yeah, it he won't like his future self. Or Carcat. A good host would never tolerate the potential for discord among guests. As hosts go, I am simply the best there is. Please do not be alarmed. Past you was just leaving. Where was I? Of course. The two heroes of light had challenged the same Jack Noir, the one straddling the scratch, and about 20 hours of his own time to circumstantially simultaneous pair of jewels. Circumstantially, simultaneously is a concept more complex than its temporal analog, and is valuable for examining the properties of paradox space. Is the agent responsible for the major cosmic events which pre-extinction Altonians came to refer to as the Great Undoing? The same concept rules the innumerable lesser events by which this critical moment shall be catalyzed, including the break. My employer's arrival, the detonation of a very powerful bomb, and my own death. It is an abstraction weaving together the fortunes of otherwise perfectly disparate chronologies, such as those bound to a pair of distinct sessions. It's not fully comprehensible to a mortal mind, and the length I will go to explain it to you will not extend beyond this sentence, but the story will. The slayer was, for the moment, unmotivated by the thief's motion for a compelling duel. The side this side of the scratch, he opted for a more ruthless and calculating policy of extermination. On his arrival, he not about to repeat the mistakes leading to his banishment, he quickly obliterated all 12 planets, followed by Prospect and Durst to weed out those who might outsmart him in the same manner. With as little fanfare, he seized the opportunity to follow the thief's trail quite quickly before it departed and destroyed their hideout in the Vale. And now, knowing her position, he would soon return for the jewel she wanted, but not without a pair of trophies. Oh, Terezi and Cocket, damn. Tick. Talk. Scrapbook. But also honk honk honk. Again, sorry for the interruption. My conversation with the girl ran a bit long, slightly exceeding the 1 second I scheduled for it. This is where events begin to outpace my awareness. The deeper into this dark pocket we explore, the more I will be forced to speculate. I rarely have to rely on probability, but luckily for you, my guesses are better than anybody's. Tick. I have always believed that a good storyteller should keep a comprehensive record of past events on hand, a scrapbook of personal significance, for instance, from which you may piece together current moments from the past ones of a similar, if not identical, nature. It's more efficient. Talk. It is also logical since there's essentially nothing new in paradox space. Everything that can happen is either a visual or substantive reproduction of something which has already transpired on a timeline, offshoot, or otherwise. Tick. And if I'm going to speculate on this door, I might as well make use of the earlier clippings for the Slayer. This was round 1 against the Hero of Light. Talk. Strife. And the flips. All I really need to do is flip it turnways like so, and we have round 2. The thief would probably roll her dice. And just as probably due to her oppressive hoard of stolen fortune, she would have 100% chance of rolling the most favorable result. Ordinarily, the result would be almost improbable. The odds of the roll would be a 1 in 16,777,216 to be Pacific, and to be less specific, 1 in 8 upper Y. I saw that symbol before. I don't know what that means. Where Y equals 8. Hee hee. Oh, 8 to the power of, I think, 8. So that's what that means. Anyway. Tick. Wait, when did it... Hold on. When did everything go on fire? I wasn't paying attention to the banner. Oh, Slick was flicking a light and now it's on fire. And there's a sweet brown heart Jeff poster. Anyway, tick. Should pay more attention to a banner. Just there hasn't been a banner to this point, so I kind of just didn't acknowledge it till now. Anyway, everything's on fire, and Visca's doing like an ultimate attack. Fire alarm, pull down, talk. Yeah, that's epilepsy. Tick. Ah, she's like her ancestor now. Talk. Meanwhile, one of the guys is trying to get it under control. Shush. It looks like they're actually using a fire extinguisher instead of Barbasol for once. In round 2, the Slayer would not merely compelled, but challenged, if my guess is right. challenged by one claiming godhood before reaping the prodigious spoils from striking down a formidable endgame foe, one with the guile of a cheetah, the luck of a clover, the hubris of her mentor, and the drive known only to the pathologically competitive. I believe he'd be challenged, yes. Tick. Looks like the fire's slowly going out. But not unmatched. As one who stares the Slayer's source of power, my projection must give him the unambiguous advantage. But even so, why continue to not be a gambling man? That didn't stop being a thing that was true or anything. Talk. I am reasonably sure that I was. I wouldn't bet against her. Moving on. Oh, hey, guys, is being beat up. Let's pull back from this ever narrowing dark pocket, while this uncertainty is wearing thinner than the only pair of pants in a mortal's wardrobe. I never much enjoy navigating the vortices of an alternative possibility, the path which alone has my absolute mastery in the alpha timeline, a continuum I define as that which boasts exclusive rights both to my birth and my death, to circumstantially simultaneous events, any divergence from this path to my knowing will taper into blackness like rotting roots. But if I was the seer, such offshoots would be fully within my domain. And if I was the seer of mind in particular, synaptic casualty would be my specialty. A seer of mind would have given you a more reliable account perhaps, but then she would do many things I wouldn't tick. Asia would support her allies in battle, not with her weapons, but her vision. She would sift through dross of her comrades' poor tactical inclinations and examine the grim consequences. What the heck does dross mean? Dross. Something regarded as worthless. Probably sugarcane. Did not know that. Learning words yet again from Homestuck. Asia would not charge into the fray headlong, but direct it as a conductor with a baton. She would have the sight to eschew the obvious gambits and find the path to victory disguised cleverly as a setback or even imminent defeat. She would behold the fortune of friends and foes in totality and appraise the contrivance of luck itself. She would know its minds were not to be plundered, but simply explored and charted carefully. Talk. Oh my. A true seer would know that where luck is a given, where it is absent, and most importantly, where it doesn't matter at all. Tick. And she would know victory doesn't matter in a reality where all else is doomed to fail. Talk. What sort of story would this be with our knight and seer mate to stay cadavers? Certainly not one the Alpha timeline would allow. Tick. Oh, and there's a gunfight going on above. Oh. And stabbing, and not one she allowed either. Talk. Tick. Talk. Tick. Talk. Hey, is Kaka alive? Yup. is just kind of stunned. Tick. Oh, stars. You think you're so cool. Bro, sloppy makeouts now on the roof. Hehehe. Talk. Tick. Hey, Sox and Kanaya. Talk. Oh, it's Miss Snow Woman. Honk. Honk. And now she arrives in Scratch's room. Tick. Oh my god, a pastel hook. John, you're heading into a blackout. Oh, this is when she sent that message. I read it earlier. Talk. Times 8 times 8, what? I don't know how I would read that. All of the dots, John. Or 16.777 216 million of them. Still dead, huh? Oh, are you too busy weeping over her corpse to pick up that headset and answer me? You can't fool me, John. I know you're not staying dead for long. And it's not just because I can clearly see you're alive in the future. You see, we are both the best there is, and therefore we have special privileges when it comes to mortality. It's hard to keep a god dead for good. We can only die under very specific circumstances. Didn't I mention? Tick tock. And Snow Woman's just smoking heroic just. An actual ticking clock for this page. Nothing too glorious about the way you just died, I bet. Let me guess, even after all my lessons, you allowed yourself to get sucker stabbed, right? Pretty lame. I mean, lucky for you it was lame. I guess being lame pays off when dying a hero what gets you killed. If our hero of breath reached God tier, he would have been completely indestructible. Lol. Damn, I forgot. I was going to stop ripping on that guy since he got stabbed through the chest and died. Haha, whoops. Anyway, I figure you're probably safe from a just death too, since I'm pretty sure you haven't done anything all that despicable yet. And hello, Finneroni, welcome. Homestuck definitely does seem pretty peak. Stop. I don't know for sure, but I'm betting that if I go to fight Jack, it will wipe out all bad things I've done. I think if I die, it'd be a hero's death, so on a stick. Pretty good motivation to win the fight though, don't you think? One way or another, I think this will be my last big challenge as a gamer. As such, I would like to pass my dice on to you. It is very important to me that they stay in good hands, John. That you continue their legacy and that of my ancestor. Eight to the 8th. Use the card. I'm sure I can count on you to make something awesome with it. Slick, I am serious. Please stop. What is Slick doing? Got a crowbar. Damn. John has the living elements aura. All of them. The living elements are with you, John. Still not alive yet? Man, you better hurry up. She probably doesn't even have much time left. Trust me. What she's going through on Durst right now isn't much fun. Okay, I guess I should mention why I'm trying to contact you now of all times, rather than just skipping ahead. Remember how we talked about your backup plan? The one you have devised to defeat Jack in the off chance I fail? But it's not going to work if Rose is dead, is it? You have to wake her up. Breathe some life into her. Do the windy thing with your lips. You know what that means. Oh my. gotta kiss her, don't worry. I still can't see you, so there's no reason to be bashful or anything. And since we are a couple of professionals here who are focused on winning, we both know it doesn't have any meaning. It's not like I would be jealous even if I could see. Why would I be? Or maybe that even crossed your mind. Man, why am I even talking about this? Friska's jealous. Oh my, this will not do at all. No woman slick a kiss. Let's just forget I said that. This isn't really how I wanted this conversation to go. I guess I was assuming you'd be talking back by now. So now I'm just talking and spinning my wheel device like an idiot. Maybe I don't actually know how I wanted it to go. I guess I could have just shut up and skip ahead on your timeline a little, talk to you when you're alive. That would make sense, so I guess I would do that. But then, maybe if I did, I wouldn't actually say what I wanted to say, so I'll just say it. Pardon me while I adjust the narrow fenestrated wall. Bang, bang, bang. To be honest, I'm nervous about this fight, but I'm still going through with it for a lot of reasons, to save my friends, or at least the ones who are still alive. Oh, and I guess to save reality itself from being totally fucked up. There's that too. Was that like the first one, like 100 pages? Jesus, that's been like no sweats. But I think what's motivating me to win this fight the most is the possibility of getting to meet you when it's all over. Maybe I can finally put all this terrible stuff behind me, and I won't have to worry about being the best anymore, proving what a ruthless killer I can be. Maybe I can try whatever's supposed to be normal for a human. Who knows, it might not be as boring as it sounds. Maybe if you're not freaked out by all the bad things I've done, or the fact that I'm an alien, we could go for a date. To redirect the view from this impropriety, oh goodness. hate Snog. Don't worry, it'd be a human date, whatever that entails. No weird alien stuff, I promise. No killings or murders, or ever talking about killing or murders and such. Just whatever you like to talk about and think is cool. I could be persuaded to watch more of your absurd human films. Do you like any others with that rugged human with the long hair and wounded arm? You know the one, the sway guy with the mutilated animal and the speech impairment. Those would be tolerable to watch, I bet. There. Oh, it switches to Jane. Anyway, I'm gonna quickly AFK for the first break. So I'll be right back, then I'll continue. Alright, I am back with chips. So, chip time, music break, and hi God, thanks for dealing with the thing. Oh, even the logo has changed for, I just noticed that, the the thing for the application has changed to just a white cue ball. That's kind of funny. Because usually it's the thing. It's the MSP like thing. Yeah, it changed back as soon as I switched. So if I switch between that's interesting. That's cool. Okay, that's interesting. Anyway, I have a lot of volumes now I can check out. You know, I already checked out a little bit of 6, but I haven't really checked the volumes more properly. But let's see what else there is. And there's the different themes. Oh yeah, this one was pretty decent one, wasn't it? Yeah. So it's like everyone's themes. And it's Nepez theme. Why is the meows? I like the image. Cockat's just angry while Terezi's just licking a damn screen. I want something else. Medium. Interesting. Not as much as a banger though. Shade. Let's see rain. I always like rain, so let's see if the rain song is cool. Okay. It's building. It's starting to form into something. I guess it's chill. Frogs. Frost. Frogs was alright. But let's see Frost. It's a lot more like chill songs. For this album, like relaxing sort of stuff. Always with the chili chips, always die. He Oh, that's interesting, like ambience. For some reason, I feel like it fit into like a Half-Life for this one. I wonder though if it would be using this kind of instrument mode if it was in Half-Life. Maybe not, but who knows. I kinda like the violin part though. This is so far my favorite. Yeah, this one's a vibe. Oh, it's going heavy now. Oh. Okay, and that like weird like vibrate like part, I don't know why it gave me Portal. So not only Half-Life but Portal. Well then I guess it definitely fit in a Valve game. It's like eerie kinda at the end. With the slow clash. And hello Ike, welcome. Just want to listen to this on for half a minute, then I'll be probably back on track. I'm doing pretty well. Wind's also good. I mean, it also has piano, so I like piano naturally. This is not a game, but a webcomic called Homestuck. More specifically, it's the unofficial Homestuck collection. I've been slurring through the pages over many sessions. I guess basically to summarize the plot of Homestuck is it's like it's a video game called Spur, but basically the world ends because of the game, and it's up to the people playing the game, the heroes, the protagonists, to basically technically sort of save the world, although they don't really save the world, but actually create a new universe. But basically, there's a whole bunch of stuff to it, like time travel, timelines, love madness, kind of magic that ain't magic, but it's basically magic. There's a lot of stuff to it. I'm on page 3,858, so I'm only getting close to halfway because there's 8,000 pages, so there's a lot that can't simply be covered in a simple summary. But basically, a lot of crazy stuff happens. It ain't no joke. My sanity has been put to the test by reading this. It's very good. It's fun, but it's also like, because it's so long, like also kinda a nightmare simultaneously. So yeah, it's a lot. Yeah, I'm also someone that hasn't read a lot of things. Like, I haven't read books, but I decided I would read Homestuck because it used to be very popular back in the day. Not to mention, like, eventually Homestuck will have an animated series, so made by Spindle the like basically a Australian version of Spindle Horse. But yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna get back into reading. I've had my music and shit break. Yeah, I haven't read animes either, like the manga. No, it's fine. I was in, the midst of a break anyway, which is technically a perfect time to go on, a brief tangent. But I am going to get back to it because it's a long journey. A long one indeed. But anyway, you take care as well. Anyway, I'm gonna get back into it. Well, think it over. Before I go, I'll get in touch with one more. Get in touch with one more time later on when you're still alive and maybe have something to say about it. Oh, yeah, sorry about your adult male guardian. I wasn't trying to be deceptive by not telling you. I decided not to because I didn't want to be the one to make you sad about it. Was that selfish of me? I don't know. You would have found out regardless, like we all did. There are things we care about that we just have to leave behind. It sucks for those who aren't in as much of a hurry to leave it all behind as me. Wait, someone's coming. Hang on. I am a wonderful chaperone as well as an excellent host. Ah, Dave's helping with the frog breeding. Shoot. Oh God. She's wearing her RP outfit. What the hell is she up to? Man, she's got dumb dragon doll and everything. Guess she means business this time. Damn it, I've got to deal with this now. Anyway, if you actually get around to reading any of this, thanks for listening, John. If my outrageously great luck has any say in the matter, we'll be meeting up in no time. Just please consider what I said, okay? Later. Tick tock tick. Heroic. Just. Stop. Oh. Going out with the crowbar. Clocks destroyed. 1,000 of 1,001 of 1,000. I guess Slick managed to destroy more than 1,000. Facepalm times 0 combo. Oh, for crying out loud. Slick, I can tolerate many things from a guest. Oh, Jade and Dave are gonna have to deal with Jack. Landed on just in the end. Kurt Manners, egregious womanizing, murdering the help, casual arson. And hi, God. Welcome. Again. Even atrocious candy ball etiquette. Dead. But it is the discretion of a priceless timepiece where I must draw the line. I am afraid I must now insist that you take your beating quite personally. Break. Many days of jumping jack. Jada's shooting. And scratch wallop slick. Fisker, wait. Oops, hold on. Hey, are you there? I did what you said, but I can't tell if it worked. Hello? You didn't fly off to fight Jack yet, did you? I hope not. Anyway, all that stuff you said sounds fun to me. I have Hells of the Cage flicks in my library. I do not even care that you're an alien. You see, Cage is the universal constant which unites us all. Well, if you haven't flown away, I would look forward to your message in the future. It'd be a nice talk about all the stuff that happened. Anyway, bye. Oh God. Oh wait, it's Cockhead. Oh God. Hey. Oh my fucking hell, this is so insanely awkward and sad. What is? Hang on. Heads. Yeah, it's Kaka. I knew it immediately. Basically. Hey. Carcat, that was you? Where's Friska? She what? Sure, I feel like an asshole for reading this whole thing. What whole thing? You mean that what she wrote? Yeah. Why are you snooping around her computer? Because, wow, okay. So let me ask, did you both actually like each other? Like, I mean, something vaguely resembling actual genuine mutual sentiment or whatever, not some lopsided pinning bullshit. What are you talking about? Did you like her? You windsock-headed short mouth is why I'm asking. Well, yeah, why? Okay, that's fine, then we'll talk about it later. Talk about what? I need you to be able to think straight. We have important short to go over, and I don't have much time. And so on. Otto Harley. Jack can't still harm Jane. Alright, like what? Plans. What plans? Never mind that. First get out of the fucking blackout to a place where I can see you. Leave now. I'll contact you in a while once you've landed. Landed where? Blowhack, obviously. Oh, obviously. Well, how else do you think you're going to cause the scratch, idiot? Do you ever have any clue what's going on? Wait, of course you don't. You're wearing pajamas and giggling at clouds like each one was shaped like the rudest bit of naked anatomy a human can recognize. No, I'm not. I mean, yes, I'm wearing some pretty nice pajamas. But I know lots of things, like about the tumor, which I have already recovered. Which I mean, the tumor, wait, fork, I mean, Oscar, and you know, the big bomb, and some other stuff like that. I'm totally in the loop. Great, awesome. Now get going. So I have to cause the scratch, huh? Okay, I'm done here talking to you in 1 second for me. One long, windy, fucking journey for you. Windy fucking journey for you. Okay. Hi. You let me down, Slick. A Digo Redshift. Let's get down to business to defeat the Huns. Aren't you going to ask me about how my journey was? Let's sing Disney songs? No. It was very long and windy, but a lot of fun. I really like flying. It's so much fun. I bet it was just the biggest fucking blast a guy can have without a pair of shame guards secured in his two trembling fists. You haven't tried it? Every deuce has got to fly but me, even the cripple. May he rest in peace, I fucking guess. Wait, is that the guy who Vriska killed? Oh my god, you actually know about that? You know why I give the fuck up trying to understand you and her? Haha, why? Egbert, goddammit, will you shut your mouth and listen? Okay, but is something wrong? What? A while ago you talked to me and it sounded like you were in danger. It sounded like some people died, but you never told me what happened. Then I got distracted by a lot of crazy stuff. Yeah, something is wrong, or was. A bunch of us died. The end. I don't really want to talk about it. Oh, are you sure? Yes, and not just because, oh, the clock is rapidly ticking down to something we're calling the critical moment. And no, I don't know what it is, so close your reeking question geyser before it asks. But I'm your friend, aren't I? Oh my god. Well, John, I can't handle talking about it, okay? I just got done dealing with Gamzee and I'm pretty emotional about it, so please, no. Who's Gamzee? He was my best friend. Really? I thought Terezi was your best friend. Oh wait, maybe she was your girlfriend, I forget. My think pen, it hurts, is presently threatening to make me its beach, John. Is that what you want? Do you want your cool alien power to become the beach of a raw, throbbing think pan? Such is the scenario before us. Sorry, I don't mean to be nosy. I just want to know some things about your situation. I'm confused. I'm concerned. Gamzee was a good friend, my good friend, who was this goofy, lovable bullshit clown until he went psycho and killed some people. I liked him a lot. I don't know, I guess my best friend is really just the guy who I happen to be feeling most sentimental to at the moment. Is that a fucking crime? No, I think I know how you feel. So he killed some people and then what? So then it's okay, you can tell me. John, trust me, you wouldn't understand. It's just a troll thing. Humans wouldn't get it. You might think Guy was a shorthead and I can't deal with that now on top of everything, so let's drop it. Okay, if you say so. Oh, I can't believe I almost forgot. I've been dying to know since I left the battlefield. Do you know if Rose is okay? Did it work? I thought I could rely on you of all people. Jade is just opening fire. Dude. She is fine. She woke up alive on dirt. Definitely seems so. She looks alive. Really? That's the rule, John. You kiss a dead player in time and their dream self take over, assuming they still have one. Oh wow. It's incredible you reach God tier status without even understanding the most mundane means of resurrection available. Wait, your unfailing cluelessness makes it the opposite of incredible. My mistake. So I guess it would not have worked on my dad then? It or Rose's mom? No, but that is exactly why I wanted to picture happening behind the black curtain, John. You snogging up your dead hatted man, Lucius. Thank you for that mental image. Or Rose's adult woman, Lucius. Maybe a dead woman sweeps your senior is more your cup of sauce, since apparently you are not homosexual, whatever that means. Not even to speak of your racist absurd qualms with the notion of incest, which again, still sort of wondering how that can be a thing. Is that your game, Bert? Have you had your eye on Madame Lalonde and you've been waiting for a convenient resurrection opportunity to bust out your most passionate smooch motifs kept in reserve and in front of her dead female offspring, no less? Just shameful. Well, she's a very pretty lady, but that seems like a really inappropriate thing to think about, Cockcat. You don't say. What are we even talking about anymore? I don't know. I'm frankly pretty upset about finding them dead in the magic castle, and I guess I was wondering aloud if something could have been done, or at least maybe talk about without angry tirades being involved. Exactly, you are embarking down tragedy lane, and we've got to stamp that garbage out. We can't have you getting all morose while we've got so many irons in the fire. Fork loaded phrase. Forget I said that. Just clam your short up and forget your stupid guardian. Like I did with my dear crab monster custodian, who I adored in no way whatsoever. You're being a douche. I wisely saying you've always been a douche. Yes, thank you. Your dad was a crab monster? Shut the fuck up. You're talking about something important, Rose, remember? Yes, she is waiting on Durst for your bomb to be delivered. It will arrive safely a little later. Oh, great. How do you know it gets there? Jade told me to do what it is you do best. Oh, and goddamn Jack is using tempo bull. And Dave has been shot. Dead Doodly firearms. Jade, from further ahead on your timeline, before my piece of short clown bro made everything terrible here, she and I were hammering out these plans. I talked to her across pretty much the full spread of her timeline until the scratch starts and the feed cuts out. So I have a sense of the whole picture here, and it's my job now to put things in motion. That's cool. It's nice to hear you're working together. I should pester Jade and see what she's up to. You sit your ass tight and do the fork I tell you the fork to fucking do. Oh. Anyway, she and Dave do a lot of frog breeding, accelerating the process significantly by exploiting time travel with help from me and Kanaya, since we're in charge of frog duties in our section. Frog duties? Wait, which one's Kanaya again? Don't interrupt. I am following a train of thought. Okay, Kanaya is my other best friend, and she was the hero of space, like Jade, which means she's the stoker of the forge and is basically in charge of frogs, which sounds dumb, I know. You breed the right frog to make the universe you want to make, which is a long, arduous process, and I kind of fucked it up in my game, but that's a whole other story, which I'll get to later, okay? Wow, okay. She and Dave ran into Jack, which I'm sure he must have saw coming because I've never seen anyone exploit time travel so shamelessly as him. Not even Iridia. Iridia? Just another dead troll, who cares? Stop frowning, she was already dead before she died. So she and Dave fought with him with him a while, and long story short, he died. What? But it's fine, I guess that was his plan, like some bizarre, useless last stand, even if he didn't tell Jade, who was pretty freaked out until I talked her through it. Did she kiss him too? You aren't supposed to kiss her, Mr. Noir. You are supposed to kill her. Corpse smooch combo. So, John with Rose, Terezi with Tarots, Carcat with Kanaya, and Jade's a bit uncomfortable kissing Dave when Jack is just watching there. Yeah, right there while Jack watched like a fucking creep, but it worked. Oh my god, Carcat, is like your shorty shipping grid is coming true before our very eyes. Haha, remember when you made that ugly thing? Who gives a fuck about shipping or my ludicrous stranglehold over all topics concerning romance? I'm still talking. He woke up alive on Earth and he met with Rose. That was the end of the line for Alpha Dave, to my knowledge. He doesn't time travel after that, and he and Rose stay on Earth waiting for the bomb until you start the scratch. But I can't see either of them because of the blackout lingering around Rose for whatever reason. Nobody knows what's up with that. Regardless, his job is to plot a course through the ring to find the sun. When he does, either he or Rose will deliver the bomb. I don't know which. Now leave and never darken my door again. But now They're, they don't have dream cells left. Whoever goes will be risking their life for good, won't they? That would be the logical extension of those facts, yes. This is unacceptable. Couldn't I do it? I'm apparently immortal because of the god tier business, so the bomb probably wouldn't kill me. Okay, but don't you think there's a remote possibility that going on a suicide mission to save all of reality would count as a heroic death? Maybe I could try to not be all that brave while I do it. You asshole, of course you be brave. That tends to be what happens when you do something really fucking courageous. Yeah, I just don't want to lose anybody else is all. That's just how it is. I lost friends for more pointless reasons. You're all out of options here. You'd be risking death just as much as they would. And they're better qualified to handle a mission as the Durst Dream is. Jade's dream self is dead too, so she's out. Or to be more specific, her dream self is an overly emotional dog who went off whimpering somewhere. I'm pretty sure she will be completely useless. Oh yeah? She mentioned something about that. She said she prototyped her dream self. What happened with that? She doesn't like to talk about it. Kind of a sore subject. Why? She thinks she's selfish and completely hysterical, and I guess hates the part of herself she represents. But I mean, the thing is, she spent a long time being dead and moving on. It's not like you can bring someone back and expect them to give a shit about all the stuff you think is important. I tried to tell her that her sprite self is probably nowhere near as despicable as she's making out with herself to be. I mean, making herself out to be. You know what I mean. Look, I'm just saying, if all got flaws, even her. And for all the short she's given me on this very subject, she keeps herself dangling from a very high hook. She'd be doing me a major personal solid by making at least some attempt to get herself off. Wait, fuck, what did I just say? Wow. I meant let herself off. The hook. The fucking hook. It's a figure of goddamn speech. Raises eyebrows. Kaka. likes Put those back down before my hot acid rage breath burns them off your idiotic face. Okay, I'm putting them back down as not suggestively as possible. What were we even talking about? It wasn't this, whatever this is. What is what this is? It's nothing, you sure. It has been the conversational equivalent of us whistling through our snort barrels while touching each other inappropriately. Was that another weird erotic slip of the tongue? No, that was me being worked up into this ridiculous fucking conniption and saying something inflammatory. God, how does that not be clear by now? Okay, well, what I'm getting from this, aside from the possibility that Jade may or may not have kissed Dog Jade at some point, is that neither of them will be able to help with the bomb plan. That's exactly right. The pajama prodigy used his puzzle sponge today. Besides, Jade is responsible for the other important parts of the plan. For one thing, you'll have to wait for her to send you the code for the quills. You can't scratch the mesa without them. She got them from her denizen, or will later on her timeline, now that she lit the forge and woke the monster up. Aren't those the really tough to kill guys? Yeah. Did she kill him? How if I know? Her explanation of the entire encounter boiled down to, and I quote, shenanigans. Lime for infuriatingly vague. Anyway, after she gives that to you, she then has to go through with the rest of her plan, which is making sure you all survive after the scratch. Minus one of the Durst Dreamers, of course. The plan revolves around some really baffling, hand-wavy mumbo-jumbo which I don't really understand. But she told me to trust her about it because the info comes from a reliable informant. Waiting for smug tour involved something to do with the yellow lawn ring, which isn't the human word for it. It's just your word is so dumb. I feel dumb saying it. Word for what? I guess your entire escape plan somehow pivots critically around an unwatered piece of residential property. It doesn't matter what it means. Jade says she has this figured out, and I don't have time to do much but trust her. The point is, she's all booked up and all too mortal. She won't be delivering the bomb, and neither will you. Okay, well, what about this? Since she's more and I'm not, sort of, and I don't need to do the scratch for a while, can I go help her? Maybe she could use some protection. Maybe that is what Dave was trying to do when he temporarily died. Remember, Jack is still on the loose. He has killed Rose and Dave once and me twice. No. Sweet bleeding jigger, said Bert. You keep bragging about your immortality and then brainlessly announce your plans to go off and do something heroic. You're going to have the shortest lifespan of any immortal in history. Sorry. Besides, it's a totally non-issue. Jack wouldn't hesitate to stab you again, but he wouldn't harm Jade for some reason. If anything, you could use her protection. Really? I never noticed when looking through her timeline earlier. It wasn't until I was talking to her in those time frames and she told me he just keeps following her around. I can see him off in the distance in some frames, just lurking there, showing her movements. It's incredibly disturbing. He lingers around her till the scratch begins. I lose the feed. Never once doing anything threatening. She says she thinks it's because Jack inherited loyalty of her Lucius. if she's right, I guess her Lucius really did offer her the most protection possible by prototyping itself, albeit by doing us all the idiot. Oh, that's actually kind of cute. Sadly, he holds no such loyalty to any of us here. He regards us all as ripe for the repeated skewing. Oh, Fork, maybe we should have just dressed like Jade. I can't believe this stroke of genius only occurred to me now. I don't think he'd be fooled. Dogs have pretty good senses of smell. It was a motherfucking joke. Will you look at this mess? Anyway, it doesn't matter anymore. If we can write this out for a little while longer till the crucial moment, Dave/Rose can destroy the sun, Jack shouldn't be a threat. Conveniently, if they're successful, that will be the signal. Will signal the beginning of our escape plan. What is your plan? Apparently the explosion will be so huge it will be visible at a great distance throughout the first ring. Even from different sessions, like yours and ours, you won't get to see it because by then your session will have been wiped out by a scratch. But we will. The plan is to use it as a beacon and travel there as a rendezvous point. And hi God, welcome back. Rendezvous with who? We got people there. That's what Jade tells me. Jade knows so many things lately. What is even her deal? It's still about 80 pages. If I know, this is basically dream intelligence. Every time she goes to sleep, she has more to ramble about. She says I should go to sleep to find out, but how the fuck am I supposed to be napping between making all these plans and getting persecuted by this demented honking arsehole? What did you get back? Oh, the emotes. So yeah, we'll meet in the aftermath of the explosion with our people on the inside, or I guess I should say outside. I don't think they can come with us though. Come with you where? Who are they? Dead people. As for where, it's not like we're going to stick around there forever. That would probably be depressing since we're not forking ghosts. The scratch will reboot your session, your whole universe actually. So somewhere in the dreadful abyss, that new session will start up in its own incubosphere from scratch. Look at that, another pun, because using that forking word every other sentence, kill me now. But that from scratch effing lol session is what you're shooting for to survive. The idea is for you all to preserve yourselves by escaping there. Through the lawn ring? Yes. Once you're there, you will help us find our way there too. And then we can all finally figure out what the fuck to do with the rest of our lives. Oh, so then this is how we're supposed to meet? This is kind of exciting. Yeah, I guess. If enough of us are alive by then to meet. So I guess you're not worried about it turning into a huge sloppy make-out fest anymore? Right. Haha, John. You and Frisker better keep your hands to yourselves, or everyone's going to be really uncomfortable. No interspecies funny business, is that clear? Blur, I'm convincingly flipping my lid about this, waving my arms around a lot and making all my best yelling faces. Wow, look at that. It's time to change the subject again. Huh? Perf, subject changed. If it works and you wind up in a new section, that's why it will be important to make sure one of the Durst streamers stays with you so they can help guide us there from the ring. Won't there be other players in the new section, like alternative universe versions of ourselves or such? Probably. But those chumps won't know anything about us or our plans. Why would they? Yeah, it's just kind of a weird thought. So out of everything we just talked about, this is the thing that has tipped as you tipping globes, whatever you say. But I guess it's sort of comforting too. If Rose or Dave have to go off and die, at least I get to see them again in a way. Even if it's only the alternative universe drawn to them. Maybe my dad will be alive in that session too. Okay, maybe. But before you get too excited about that, you've got to make sure you get there first, which means you have to do what I say and stick to the plan. You need to focus on getting ready to start the scratch. The game doesn't have a hard reset that's easy to pull off. Once you initiate it, the game throws everything it's got at you, which is one reason why you've got to be the best guy for the job, because your superpowers and silly windy bullshit. Okay, I'll do my best. What should I do right now? Get prepared. Make all the equipment you think you'll need. Stay out of trouble. Wait for Jade to send that code. Wait for me to contact you for the first time. And do your best to humor him while he ignorantly attempts to flame you back into the pile of slime you crawled out of. Please. Oh man, our first conversation ever. I can't wait. Yeah, but can I just say something in my defense before that happens? I don't actually hate you, and I never did. I was deluding myself. Deep down, I'm sure I was always pretty okay with you. Thanks, Carcat. It wasn't a fucking compliment. This scrapbook is now in hopeless disarray. Feel free to examine the clippings by tidy. Oh yeah, this is the one where I can click the panels, which there's 5 different panels. So there's technically a lot to go through. Jaspers, I guess I should say farewell to you now. Why Nepeta? Because this is the end of your timeline and I don't know what happens to you after this? That's a bit of a stretch. I mean, happens to you after this? That one was a bit obtruse, sorry. What's a timeline? That's a hard question. Okay, imagine a long, tempting strand of yarn. Yes. Oh, yes, so great. Now imagine instead of being made of wiggly, enticing stuff, it's made of what lets you exist. And you're right at the twitching tip of it. Don't you see? Look at the sky. Look at the sky, numb nuts. Now, yes, I see the sky. I can tell that indeed something is going on. But aside from that, I don't really understand what you said being a canal. That's fine. You don't have to try too hard. All you have to know is that it's the scratch, and I'm not 100% sure what happens next for you. Purr, I still think it's nice how you slip cat things in the things you say. You are so clever and wonderful, Nipper. Hee hee hee. What's the scratch? Well, you know Rose's friend John? Yes, of course. Imagine that he is using this great big circle, like a really fun scratching post, and it makes all this light come out that changes everything. Just after he starts doing that, the sky goes funny everywhere, and I can't see you anymore. Yes, that's what it is. I think I understand that completely. I'm a bit nervous for you, especially since you remind me so much of someone I already lost. But maybe you'll be okay, I don't know. I'm not worried, Nipper, so you shouldn't either. It's not as if I have never died before. You're a brave kid, just like Pounce was. Pounce was a cat like me. Yes, she was amazing. I bet you and she would have gone along famously. I bet you're right, Purr. Was she nice to sniff? Yes, she smelled really good, and also she was super beautiful. Wow. Did you ever have someone nice back on Earth who you loved? Rose, I loved Rose. Of course you did. I mean a nice cat who is your mate spirit. There was a time I remember I was thinking about girl cats a lot for some reason. I would saunter around the house making all these big mouths and looking out the windows with my nose touching the glass. But then Rose's mum took me to this place where I was so scared to be for a while, and then I was at home again. I didn't do the meows anymore. I guess I didn't think about the girl cats after that, which is that as well, because none came to the window. Really, not even when I did my biggest meows. That's too bad. But I bet a lot of girl cats would love to be with you if only they'd been some around to hear your lovely meows. You're really nice to say so, Nepal. What about you though? Me? Yes. Well, I never told anybody this, not even my Maria. He's actually the last guy I might tell. He so wouldn't approve. But yes, I like someone for quite some time, but alas, he doesn't know it. Why don't you tell him? Maybe you can win his affection by rubbing your cheek against him. That's what I do. Oh, no. I'm too shy for that. And he is so adorably grumpy all the time, it probably wouldn't go over well. It's hard to explain. Maybe cats think differently, but trolls tend to be pretty cautious about expressing their feelings when it comes to the flush quadrant. What's a quadrant? It is, okay, it has romantic applications, but also something more general than that. A quadrant is, how do I say this? A quadrant is a thing in a group of things that consist of four similar things. Like paws? Exactly like paws. I see that's really easy to get. I think you should tell him that you like him. You might not get the chance if you don't. For instance, I think instead of meowing at windows, I should have just guided out a door before it could close. Then I might have found a girl cat to sniff. Oh well. I know, but it's not that simple. I could make someone else jealous, I think. And what if he doesn't feel the same way and it's so complicated? Maybe I just need to let go of the silly infatuation. I think it's never going to happen, honestly. You shouldn't lose hope. I have another story that might give you hope, even though it should be noted again that I'm only a cat. Oh, yes. One time I was with Rose and I was sitting there dressed up in my suit with her, as happy as could be, but then she disappeared. The whole place disappeared. I was in another place. There was no Rose. There was someone else, I guess. I loved her too in time, but never as much as Rose. It just wasn't the same. I kept waiting to see Rose again, but never did. And finally I lost hope that I would. And then I died. But then I became alive again. I got to see her. I was so happy. Purr, purr, purr. That's my story, and that's why I think there's always hope, even if you die. So you're saying that maybe I will have to die to get to be with him? Yes, maybe. I hope that's not the case, but I guess you just have a different way of looking at things. Thank you for your advice, Jaspers. Per. Feel free to examine the clippings while I tidy. Okay, that's 1 of 5. It might be a good time to quickly go AFK because it's gonna be a lot. So I'll be right back. Then I'll continue. Alright, I'm back. Let's continue through the clippings. It's Dave, past Dave. Here's one for you. It's a Whopper, you ready? For what? This huge forking Whopper I'm about to say. You mean a canard of BM mythic embezzlement? What? Or was your resolve finally dismantled by the siren song of all that flame boiled beef? No, no. Okay, first, do you even have Burger Kings out in the forking woods? Why do you reference things that obviously aren't in the woods, like terrible burgers? I limit my establishments of reference to lumber mills and sugar shanties from now on. Also, a Burger King less than 40. There's a Burger King less than 40 minutes away from my house. I wouldn't let this stand in the way of the new policy, though. There is, okay, whatever. I'm talking about a dream I just had. I mean, it's a doozy, like, psychologically speaking. Doozy is a slightly dumber word than Whopper. Certainly less delicious. It was absurdly heavy-handed. My subconscious was really souring it on. Like, whatever tangy sludge the king himself squirts on his bargain patties. It's possible that I dripped it ironically, I don't know. I figured you'd be interested in hearing about it. It's every bit as thick and juicy as a half pound of sizzling grade A premium, okay? This is stupid. We've got to get burgers out of this conversation. Are you busy? Yes. Cool. Listen to this. I thought you didn't want me to analyze your dreams anymore. No, but this one is too good not to put under the microscope with your whole pre-capitious psychotherapy stick. It's almost laughably symbolic of all my mental problems, assuming I actually have those. It grotesquely it's grotesquely pregnant with meaning, or gestating at least 8 gooey octuplets thrashing around in a undulating belly full of mind slime. Maybe we can start by following that troubling metaphor. No, look, I just want your professional take on how many things in my dreams symbolize dicks. We have already established that all of your dreams are packed with enough homoerotic symbolism to lift Freudian theory from the ashes of discretion. Yeah, that's a given, but I didn't even dream about puppets this time. Are you serious? I'm clearing my schedule. This is a major breakthrough. I know. It was so much more relaxing and enjoyable. It was about me dying repeatedly. Go on. I was in this dark place surrounded by this big flock of crows. God, this is so generically morbid. I'm sorry in advance for exposing you to my unconscious mind's dumb cliches. It's okay. That they wouldn't be cliches if they didn't comprise the unanimously understood bedrock of Celtic symbolism with no other variable interpretation. Well, obviously I knew the birds were just black screaming sky dongs. Just hear me out. I kept dying. They kept being these traps, like I would go one way and get my head chopped off, or I'd go another way and get stabbed or whatever. And every time I died, the dream reset itself and I was standing there alive and ready to try to escape again. But each time I would be watching myself from the vantage point of a different crow. Like I was the crow all squawking around in circles like a macabre flapping douche. I was always and I would always watch myself try to do something different to dodge the trap, but always end up dead. If I learned anything from my extensive skimming over the Wikipedia articles on dream analysis, it's that this dream is very unlikely to have any literal significance whatsoever. It's probably not about dying at all. You mean maybe it's about anxiety over maintaining my blogs, or that my beats might not be ill enough? Yes, in fact, if you on my couch? That would be my next question as a licensed professional. Mr. Strider, have you considered that what you actually dread is to have your urban rhymes exposed for what they truly are, which is clinically speaking just shy of the bomb? And then we crack up laughing because we both know they're fresher than your mom's change of drawers and tighter when she's wearing them. Listening to you conjure imagery of my mother in her underpants is definitely keeping us buoyed high above this swirling Freudian hellhole. Well done. Please, it's not like she's my mom. I can visualize her choice also I want without getting much more morally uncomfortable for everyone involved. What if you're wrong about what her not being your mother? Don't worry, you're probably safe. Luckily I can think of no literal historical precedent for that sort of folly whatsoever. She's your paradox mom, Dave. Basically, Dave did a JoJo. Like Joseph in, part 2. This isn't the first time you insinuated we're related. What's up with that? It isn't. Isn't it? No, I mean, I'm not sure. I feel like you've brought it up before, which is kind of weird, but now I don't know. I think I'm getting this weird deja vu thing. I'm sure we talked about this. Forget it. Why don't you tell me more about your dream? Okay, so I kept dying and kept being bless me, being crows and stuff. And then I started to notice something coming from the sky. It was this faint, eerie singing, and I look up, there's nothing, just darkness. Living darkness, oh, that's interesting. I read about this. What did you read? Certain texts say singing from the unknowable void carries a message. That its recipient has been selected for a mission of supreme cosmic importance that will result in your death, and that to billions more, but one that is essential to the perpetuation of existence itself. What the fuck sort of crackpot psychology text would say something like that? It's not from a psychology text. So then you're consulting astrology book No. Now, not astrology, more like zoology. Oh my fucking god. Will you put that away? Okay, keep describing the dream though. If the rest of it is incapable with prognosis of the zoological dubious, I will withdraw my insinuation. There's not even much more to it. I looked up in the sky, didn't see anyone singing, but even though the sky was black, I could see the sun. It was bright as hell, even through my shades, so I flapped my wings and flew away to it like a fucking piece of garbage, and that's it. That doesn't strike you as an impulse of self-destruction? No. Not in the sense that was a dark, sacrificial zoological mission. Flying to the sun. I wonder if this is foreshadowing. It's more like somewhere to go besides watching myself die a lot from the vantage of a feathery murder of dumb shorty birds. So if hypothetically you were to accept such a mission or ever insist upon one, it wouldn't be in the spirit of genuine sacrifice but of escape. What the fuck are you talking about? Okay, something's wrong. This whole conversation is falling apart. This isn't how it originally went at all. Ah, we're making good progress too. What did you have? Why did you have to go and remember? This happened months ago. Does this mean I'm dead? What do you think? Stop it. This is so sick. You're using the dream bubble bullshit to pick apart my psyche. Am I dead or asleep? If you're starting to remember, you should be able to tell me. God damn it. Maybe I'm just as confused as you about it. Yeah, right. Am I dead or asleep, Dave? I don't know. Try to remember. Guess time will tell. Right, third of the clippings. On their mission, live juice and vagabond. Pick furious. Obvious. Chase has the wallet. Secret ambush. Okay, so they're just doing shenanigans. Jade Sprite. You're still crying. Dave? Oh my god, Dave Sprite is alive. Hey. To be fair, there was never a body, so... should have known he was alive. He's a one-winged angel now. Hi, John Human. Excuse me, alien time troll, but I'm trying to wrap a present. And welcome back, God. Really? You all have the worst timing. Yes, I can see that. Two ugly garments and seeds for some kind of strange earth vegetable. Pretty lame present, John. Nope. Not going to ask how you know my name or why I'm sending, don't care. And what these ugly garments is for me also, it's not ugly, it's awesome. Not as awesome as something you'll be wearing later thanks to me. Uh-oh, my mouse is hovering dangerously close to the block button. It always does that when I talk to trolls. It's the darndest thing. Calm down. I just thought I would foreshadow my existence to you at this quaint moment of your timeline. It was way too tempting not to let you know I have taken great care to become a very important feature of your life. Wasn't this a conversation earlier? Or for that matter, to let you know I will be giving you a present so much better than this useless crud you've shoved thing in that box. I will give you the gift of immortality. But it might be another dream bubble, so I guess I'm gonna continue reading. Oh sweet, that's been on my wish list, ranking just below a mint condition Little Monsters poster starring Hollywood superstar Howie Mandel. Can I expect it to arrive on my next birthday? Yes, as a matter of fact, nice guess. It will come at a cost though. The Mandel poster or the immortality? The latter, jackass. The order for you to claim it, you will have to be quite gullible and allow me to arrange your murder. I'm pretty certain this is just the early conversation. I see. Here's where all the sick trolling begins. You can keep your present, I'm not interested. But you will be. You'll happily go along with everything I tell you. Once I completely earn your trust, I will kill you, John. Sigh. The other try just talk to was better if attacked grumpy. At least she was down with talking about cool movies, sort of. And so with Kaka or Terezi, either Kaka's getting missed or he talked to Terezi, I can't remember. But this is all true. I've seen it already. You have no idea how delicious the dramatic irony is right now. You will die. I will lead you into a trap and watch you bleed to death on a big stone slab with a sword stuck in your chest. There's nothing you can do about it. In fact, it has already happened. That's nice. Now scram troll. I'll leave you alone soon enough. I just feeling pretty pleased with myself about all the brilliant plans I've made for you and your friends. Stop by in the past and mess with your head, and it's really just a courtesy because I think we're pretty good friends by the time I'm around to killing you. Okay, you got me. My feathers are ruffled. I can no longer tell my arse apart from a big orange earth vegetable. Now can you please leave me alone? Orange vegetable? What, pumpkin? I guess so. But inevitably grisly murder you notwithstanding, you're a pretty fun guy to hassle. It'll be difficult sparing you from the privilege of my company till the game begins. That's basically the worst pickup line I've ever heard. Please, John, as if there's any conceivable sequence of events that will lead me to consider you as a viable romantic partner in any quadrant, even the pale ones. But more plausible alien sounding things? Were you leaving? Yes, okay then. I mean, I was going to, but now I guess I'm not. Oh, why? Because this isn't really happening, is it? I did it once, but now it's just a memory. I guess I must be dead. Okay, at least now it's changing. Literally reading old words until they realize. It's kinda annoying. Okay, is this conversation over now? Can I keep packing my present? This conversation as it went before is already over. I said goodbye and you blocked me, don't you remember? Well, I was going to block you, but then I didn't for some reason. Exactly, because we've already been through this. You're either asleep or dead like me. And I can't believe I let her trick me like that. Such an amateur mistake. I guess I'm feeling something like deja vu, maybe. I still don't think I believe you, though. Hey, do you have any recollection of the last message I sent you before I died? I don't even know who you are. Yeah, I figured just as well. I made some pretty embarrassing confessions to you. I guess I'm getting what I asked for in a way, even though it's not what I pictured. What do you ask for? I asked you want to, hang out. Was that after you killed me and gave me immortality? Yes. So what you say, or what do you think you might have said? About what? You mean hanging out? Yeah. Oh god, this is ridiculous. You're just a crazy troll on the internet. I need to get back to packing this present for my friend. We're not going to hang out, I'm sorry. John, there is no present. Neo, there is no. You're not in your high, and you don't have anything to send. She received it a long time ago. None of this matters anymore. If you don't believe me, you're free to look out that window. What will that accomplish? It might help you remember. And you'll be able to see me if you want. Now I can see clearly. Anyway, forwards now. I've done those 5. Trying to make sense of this mess yourself. Another 5. In the snow. So it seems that you are in fact an alien with horns and everything. Huh. Yes, John, horns and all. That totally proves I am an alien beyond a shadow of a doubt. Now, what do you make of these blank white eyes of mine? What do you think that could mean? I don't know, aliens usually have spooky eyes, don't they? Humans have literally the dumbest extraterrestrial lore. Aren't those supposed to be aliens on one of your posters? Haha, you mean Mac and me? Yeah, I can admit that movie was indefensible. But if you want to know, normally we have bright orange eyes with grey irises. They fill with blood pigment as we get older. Also, normally I have this one goofy eye with 7 pupils because I'm kind of a weirdo. But I guess none of that's gone now I'm dead. Not you believe me because you just refuse to remember anything. I can accept that you're an alien, but come on, meeting an alien who's also a ghost in my front yard is a bit too much to believe. It's almost too awesome. So you don't remember anything about the game at all then? The destruction of your planet, bringing your ancestor back to life as a clown woman. Putting a huge flaming ocean out with your magical wind. Jack Noir, dying, resurrection, and possibly dying again. Is any of this tickling your sponge? No. Sounds pretty cool though. Fork, I can't believe how cold it is on this planet. How can any species possibly be able to survive somewhere like this? Yeah, I thought you looked pretty cold out here, so I brought you this jacket. And also, John's in like the Sans jacket. Oh, okay. Hey, your clothes suddenly switch side. Was that some kind of alien wardrobe warping technology? Such as a warp drobe, if you will? Sure, John, let's just say that's what it was. You look pretty cool in more normal clothes. Not that your space boots and pixie outfit weren't neat. Thanks. So this is how humans begin at an Earth Day. With simple acts of flowering kindness. I don't know about that really. It just seemed like the nice thing to do. Is this a date? No, I decided this is definitely will not be a date. Not until you remember something at least. Okay, that's probably for the best. I would probably be pretty nervous on the date with the normal girl, let alone a date with an alien space ghost. Now you mention it. Me too, probably. Your goofy awkwardness is a bit contagious, frankly. So now what do we do? Well, since I'm presuming you are new to the planet, I should show you around the place. This is my green slime ghost pogo. It's all the glory in my childhood. It was hours of fun and hundreds of painful injuries. Hey, this thing isn't slimy at all. What the hell? Nope. I noticed humans don't seem to keep any slime around the hive. And yet you strangely calver about your open display of certain receptacles. What is the deal with that? Is that you're just ashamed of your secretions as a species? Not really. Humans just don't really have much use for slime, I guess. Honestly, I can't think of a single practical use for slime other than to be gross. So bizarre. Anyway, the thing is kind of a death trap, but I haven't ridden in years. I think my dad had it installed as one of his ridiculous ways of making a man out of me. Sure, my custodians had her ways of making me tougher too. Yeah, parents, right? Anyway, that's my backyard. Pretty damn boring, sorry. I would show you inside, but I don't think my dad would take it too kindly to bring an alien inside. Or just yet. I need to brace him for it. That's fine. What else can you show me? I could show you around my neighborhood if you want. Sounds great. These are my neighbors who live in a lot of same looking houses as mine. I never see them. I think they're all really busy people with serious business to attend to. Hey look, the snow's melted over here. It's really warm, sign weird. Does your planet usually have these kind of temperature swings? No, this is pretty unusual December weather. Guess I'll take my coat off. I can take yours back if you want. No thanks, I think I'll keep it on. Very strange weather. There's not really much to see in this town, but there are these lakes. This lake here didn't used to be a lake. A long time ago, before I was born, there was a factory here. My dad says there was a huge explosion. He was walking by with Nana when he saw it. Well, now it's kind of hard to say because it's a multi-choice page I'm technically on, which technically leads me to different pages, so it's really hard to say how many pages I have left, God. Because this happens sometimes and I'm at that part. Then a little later, my nana died. My dad never told me how, except that it involved a big joke book. I never knew her, which is too bad. She sounded nice. I know what happened. I saw it. You did? Yes. Do you want to know? It might jostle your memory. Okay. I believe this lake is where Jade landed. You landed a little ways over there, about where your hive is now. You clobbered your nana to death with your aforementioned joke book. But it wasn't your fault. You were both just regulars writing mirrors from the future. You create yourself, your nana, Jade, her grandpa, not to mention Dave and Rose and their guidance, all in a lab using paradox slime, and send them back in time as silly grubs with arms and legs and you call babies. And here you are doubting the usefulness of slime. Wow, really? Yes, absolutely. I paid close attention to all this because I thought it might give you some clues about us and our ancestors who made them the same way. Any of this familiar? That all sounds incredible if true, but I don't even have the foggiest memory of that happening. Yeah, I figure as much. Since you seem bent on staying in your dream bubble coma, why don't I continue the tour? The tour of Earth? Sort of. What's happening? We're going on an adventure. Where? Through your memories. Through mine too. It should be really fun thing to do on a date, I think. If we were actually on a date, which we're not. How is this happening? Is this through the advanced alien technology like holograms or teleportations? If that's what you think to keep your comfy in your stupor, sure. Where are we? This is my home planet before it was destroyed. It's called Alternia. Oh, cool. What's that over there? That is my hive, which is a thing that you refer to as a house. It's where I grew up. It's a castle. No short. It is big for boating and ups and bishops. Just the way I wanted. As a blue blood, I was entitled to build such a home. Something to set me far apart from the commoners. You built it? Of course not. Robots built it for me when I was very young. I was allowed to dictate instructions, expected to, in fact. Oh gosh, so rad. Really? I still find it interesting what sort of mundane facts humans tend to be impressed by. Anyway, my design kind of got boring as I got older. A huge castle hive sounds great, but it starts feeling pretty cavernous and lonely after a while. There's so many blocks I never even used. Your tastes change, but you get stuck with growing up in a place suited to your earliest, most juvenile inclinations. Nobody tells you that when you're a kid, though. I think I know what you mean. I feel like for like a long time ago, I might have given my dad the impression I really like clowns, and now there are clowns everywhere. His stupid collection just keeps growing and growing, and it drives me crazy. John, that barely comparable example is so cute. I don't even know what to say. This is my custodian. Oh, she was hurt in an accident. I killed her myself to put her out of her misery. Holy shit, look at all these glaring space riches. Yeah, I was really into treasure for a while with the broken 8 balls. What's with the broken 8 balls? Never mind those. This was my respite block from a kind of embarrassing memory, actually. Haha, white balls. You do like this. You sure do like to smash them. John, addiction is a powerful thing you probably wouldn't understand. What are you wearing? Just a fairy dress. I wore it for this stupid thing I did once. Is that a rocket car stuck in a web over there? What's that about? Don't worry about it, man. This would be such an awkward moment on a date. Again, if it was one. There's something really familiar about that rocket. Let's keep going. What's happening? Are we back on Earth? You tell me. It's my house again. Where are we? Having a lot of having fun seeing your planet. I don't know, John. They're your memories. This is my dad's room, but I've never seen inside of it, so why do I recognize it? Shrug. I think there was some birthday presents for me in here, but I can't recall which birthday it was. It was You're 13th, but I'm 12. Oh yeah, I remember this. They're all these imps all over my house acting rambunctious, but why is it all so hazy? Where's my dad? Sounds like some things are coming back to you. Any chance you remember me yet? No, sorry. Damn. They're going along. Hey, look, that's my dad. What is he doing here? I missed the heck out of him. I'm not sure why. You should be safe at home right now. I guess I must have lost track of him, but I don't remember how. All I know is I have this feeling like I should run over to him and give him a hug. Well, just so you know, he's probably not actually there. Kinda like how my Lucius was just a memory. Are you a psychic alien, like one who Jodie Foster met in contact and assumed the form of her dead father to talk to her? As a matter of fact, yes, I am a psychic alien. But this has nothing to do with this. These are our memories. And we are in the afterlife. I keep trying to tell you, and it's starting to get frustrating. I see, so it is not me who is Joey Foster, it's more like you're Joey because nobody believed her when she came home and had amazing tales to tell, except Matthew McConaughey. But it's okay. I'll be your Matt McConaughey. Does that mean you'll believe me now? I guess I always did, sort of. I think I've been in denial about what's happening here. It's nice you believe me, but that doesn't mean you remember yet. So if this isn't my dad, then where is he? He died too. You saw his body. Don't you at least remember that? No, not at all. I'm remembering a bunch of things, but not that. Then what, do you remember me yet? No, I only remember you contacted me and said you'd kill me a little earlier. But that was months ago. I do remember talking to some of the other trolls like you and playing this game. It was my 13th birthday. I was really looking forward to playing, but it was late in the mail. I got some presents from my dad, like this big weird clown doll that I didn't like that much, and some fruit gushes. Oh yeah, I realized gushes were made by Betty Crocker. That freaked me the fork out. Did you realize Betty Crocker makes gushes? This comes as news to me. Well, she does. Her villain knows no bounds. Oh. He also gave me the suit, which I remember wearing for a while. But it didn't look quite like this. It had a black tie and no goat. So I approved it. Actually, I remember dying in a suit. You do? But this was not the suit I was wearing when I died. This was. It's the one from the timeline with Terezi was. Oh man, that was only one of the 5. Jesus Christ, that was a long one. Oh. Nana Sprite. But Dad Egbert might be still alive. We're back to one-winged angel, Dave Sprite. Dun 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 dun. Are you okay? Being better. What happened to you? What happened to you? I died in my dream and came back as a dog. Oh, I turned into a bird and got in a fight. Oh. What is that? What, this thing? Yes. Legendary sword. How do you get it? Long story, shenanigans mostly. Yeah, I figured shenanigans were probably involved. Can you be more specific? Well, basically I'm from another timeline. We couldn't win the game there, so I came back to help Dave. Dave? Dave from this timeline. As a spy, I'm supposed to help him with his quest. Oh yeah, I'm supposed to help Jade too, but Sniffle, she's doing alright, don't worry about it. Okay, I'll try. You were saying? So, things kind of became even more crazy in this timeline than the one I was from. And it was clear Dave was never going to do the quest. I didn't get the chance to finish. Not even after you brought the forge. The forge? Your volcano. Oh. So after laying low for a while, I just went and did whatever I could myself. Got Caleb flute. The fucking Welsh sword Dave broke. Went to look for Hephaestus again, figuring there wasn't much hope in beating him this time either, especially being injured and all, but what the hell, right? But then that's when you lit the forge somehow. I did? Well, no. Not you, other Jade. Yeah, she's a lot more brave than I think. Than me, I think. She brought me back thinking I could help her, and all I did was disappoint her and everyone else. You came back as a spy and you're managing to do important things, but I just feel so scared and helpless. Sounds like you came back because Jane made the decision for you. I made the decision to come back myself. Maybe it'd be different if you had the same chance. I don't know if I would have if I had the chance, but I would like to not feel so useless to everybody. I think everyone's on top of this. There's not much for us to do anymore. What about your sword? Isn't it important? I guess so, but not really for me since I'm not the real Dave anymore. I'm still not sure how you got it, though. I'm still not sure how you got it. What does it have to do with my volcano? That's a bit complicated. See, it turns out I had no idea how denizens worked at all. Right, and the ship. It's their shenanigans. Pick again! Oh, god damn it. Remove. Put back. Liz, you're supposed to be the captain. Escape. Total success. I remember waking up here after getting shot. Yes, what else? Then the cage bunny came. He gave us the bomb. Where'd he go anyway? She's around. The bunny's a she. Her name is Liv Tyler. Dumb. Take it up with John. What else? We were talking about who should go. Do you remember what we decided? No, wait. Wasn't I going to go? That's the dream of going and flying into the sun. Is that what happened? Did I go and now I'm dead? Not quite. What's not quite? I didn't go I'm not dead. Do you remember anything else? No. What about why you went to fight Jack? Sure, I did that because I wanted to and because I was supposed to. Are you sure? Yeah, I saw my future self fighting him, so obviously that had to happen. or else I'd be dead anyway, without even getting the satisfaction of standing up to him. So your decision was as a result of desire or obligation? Hard to explain. With all the time short going on, I don't try to understand your light short, do I? I don't know much about the light short, to be honest. I may have missed my chance to figure out. Haven't we had this conversation already? Mostly, I'm doing why can the jog your memory? It's jogging, I guess. Its man boobs are jiggling a little. Nice. So what about Jade? What? You didn't want to tell her your expedition with her would result in your death, let alone one she inadvertently caused, or that she'd be stuck with the job of resuscitating you, did you? Or am I really supposed to say, hey, we're going to hunt frogs till you shoot me through the jack, then I die and you've got to make out with me? That kind of changes how the whole thing goes, doesn't it? Now, if you're supposed to, right, what does that even mean? I guess you're right. No reason to make an effort to empathize if doing so comes at the price of oblivion. What the fuck? It must be comforting to have your ASPD tactically supported by predestination ASP, antisocial personality disorder. Oh no. This conversation just got bum rushed by a mudslide of fucking awful. It wasn't already awful, believing you might be dead. You don't know anything about what I was feeling or what happened on Lois. You were all payment-faced and babbling your toe fester speak and flipping off the short with your own crazy death wish thing. Why do you think you know what was going on through my mind? Now a lot of emotes again. You're just assuming and throwing around psychic buzzwords like ASPD, complex disorder. So it's a disorder, a complex, and then a disorder again for good measure. In your case, probably. Sounds like a positively delirious state of existence. It's some delirious biz nasty, alright? Oh, snap. Yes, I'm a authoritizer. Goddamn, you may swipe it at the door to check yourself into the burn ward. Might you loosen the purse strings on a... Oh, no, he didn't. Nah, those are kept in emergency for preserve for your mama jokes from the 90s. Anyway, I'm telling you, if I said anything at all about it, she probably doesn't even fire a gun once, and all I'm doing is dragging her into a doomed timeline with me. I guess I'm learning to be oppressed by your sense of obligation to inevitable misfortune is a strange case of inspiration for her fertility. No, this is a big deal. I just mentioned the basics to her. That I'd stop time traveling soon, break out of the loops, not have to wonder all the time if I was taking a wrong turn and dooming everybody. I was never that cool with this. With what exactly? You know how you turned out to be this incredibly shorty CO light and basically failed at that in every way imaginable. Hey, bye. Well, maybe I never wanted to be a knight of time. Maybe I'd rather just be like the Dave of Guy. You know, just some dude. These really do not sound like the words of someone who's ready to face his own death. The kind you don't wake up from, I mean. I guess not. Guess I failed my quest then, so I'm like, now what? Beaches. To nowhere in particular, I guess. The unseen beaches coarsely conspiring to expect greatness from you. Yes, those exact beaches. If that's how you feel, then why don't you insist on going on the mission to deliver the tumor? Black and white for a giant yin yang bomb. Dip, 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 dip. Oh yeah, I remember that now. Then I guess that's what happened. I delivered the bomb and now I must be dead. Are you sure? Is that wrong? Maybe you should try to answer the question. Why did you want to go? Because I made the map so I know how to get there better. But it seems simple enough. A set of bearings to follow. See, the application pilots the moon. Change the course when necessary. Anyone can do it, really. We talked about this, debated, if you recall. Okay, if you remember all so clearly, why are you grilling me on this short? Will you just tell me what's going on? I'm just seeing if you can remember and if you're sticking to your story and why you should be the one to go. Well, I am because I should or should have. Man, what the fuck is going on? Am I dead? Or are you dead or what? You're almost there, really. Just try to remember a little more. What happened after we decided you go? Oh yeah. We tried to figure out a way to detach the moon so I could pilot out of there, fly into the sun. But the chain was huge. Couldn't think of how to break it. Then out of nowhere, this sword appeared in the thing. So I'm thinking, obviously, I have to break the sword somehow because that's all I fucking do is break swords. But as I'm thinking of how to do it, I put my hand on it and it just snaps off with this comical shattering noise like I just fucked up some priceless short in the Louvre. See, like that. Like I did it just there with my hand because of dream bubbles. Remember when that happened? Then I took this and sliced the chain like this. Damn, it still cuts like it's plying through a shaft of boneless zombie meat. Careful, I just managed to quell my appetite after that burger talk. Whoops, yeah. So then the moon started to drift away. I was going to fly up and take it to the sun. And I said something to you, or I was going to, like, say bye or something. But you were just standing there, not saying anything, holding that ball of yarn. And then, oh God, that's right. Come on, knocking me out so you can steal the suicide mission. God damn it, that's so trite. I'm really sorry for that. It's like, here's how bad this is, where we're basically Bruce Willis and Ben Affleck from John's Shorty Cruddy movie. You made this even more Armageddon than it already was. Sealing me in the airlock so I can go home to Liv Tyler and have the most terrible babies with her. If it's any consolation, Liv Tyler came with me on the suicide mission. The bunny or the actress, which would make you feel bad. You not knocking me out with a ball of forking yarn is forking what? If I could have chosen a method of sparing your life, you might have found more awesome I would. Is there an ironic way to do that? This probably comes close, but that doesn't make it not lame as hell. Does it matter if I took some personal satisfaction seeing you fall unconscious at the gentle glance of a soft cotton globe? It's cool. You're so tickled by this, I hope it brought you a load of rad laughs on your way to go forking explode. So that's it. I've actually been lying here on dust asleep and you went out there and blew up the sun and now you're dead. I'm dream chilling with your smug ghosts. That's the first part. So you're not dead? Not yet. Then you're dreaming. Why are you taking a little nap on the moon in the middle of nowhere? Afraid no, I'm wide awake. Alright. Oh, wonderful, another interruption. How many of these goddamn things are there? Also got more things. I have 4 to check out at some point. Now there's 6. Jeez. So many to do. Funny enough, this is technically the page I wanted to reach. Well, relatively, but god damn. But it's also technically not because of the multi-choice. Eureka! Stand by for clarification. Enthusiastic outburst. And this is static, but for once. Yes, is as hoped effort beyond hope. Unusual devices may be used to duplicate fresh, perfectly pressed garments inexhaustibly afraid, reconstructing complete professional ensemble now. Hold. Please to report restoration of dapper visage and overwhelming success. Alas, devices appear to hold no such promise for departed family members. Misplaced handheld steam pipes. Update on device utility. Combative apparel synthesis presents intriguing possibilities. Now combining expensive leather pipe tobacco sleeve with handsome grey fedora to document results shortly. Result in hat with outstandishly amphibious appearance. Outlandish. Anyway. Do not care for. Shall discard immediately. Combination of pant, fine cotton shirt, even more disappointing. Yielded useless, excessively tall pant, relieving from a wardrobe at once. Made unwelcome determination. Production requires expansive glaring abstractions called grist. Such jewels remain in cash. Liberation reserve at premium. Consumed final suave, carefully routine urine. Soon to seek what elsewhere in exotic new surroundings. More importantly, to seek grist facilitating continued accessorizing. Note to self, use spoils to make more hats. Preparing for expedition to reap gems from mischievous local fauna. Crafted sturdy bludgeoning instrument of uprooted mailbox. Tall pant, perhaps adaptable as defensive garment. Pardon while donning tall pant. Donned. Tall pant. Confidence in martial prowess perplexingly swells. venturing out, powering down grey serviceable handheld computing device to preserve battery. Additional updates to be submitted in a frank and forthright manner for judicial appraisal within a reasonable time frame. Tier for patients. Turning on hand held device for brief report. Severe injury sustained in skirmish with underside sportive rascal. Tall pant, unremarkable and protective utility. Damage badly bloodied. No indication of laundering facilities throughout Channel Land whatsoever. Losing fluid rapidly, maintaining adequate hydration levels more important than ever. Lever is unfortunately not forthcoming. Rest needed. Seeking surface suitable for assuming reclined posture. Strength depleting. Tie loosened, removed. Rolled up neatly and tucked beneath hat. Minimal stamina left for disrobing Sontor pant. Leaving on a calendar rest surface, horizontal stone slab exhibiting unidentified iconography, a tall post-stage corner mysteriously inviting, mounting slab, exhaustion taking hold. Excuse me, sir. Friend. Sound of voice nearly refreshing enough to distract from perpetual taste of warm, poorly filtered urine. Oh no, I'm not actually your friend, dear. I'm his mother. Hoo hoo hoo. Another one of Pipe Fan's legendary pranks. PL clarified. If Y prepared to regard as hilarious. Where that it was, I'm sorry to say there's no chicanery in play at all today. Though, yes, that would be quite a doozy. I believe the late great Colonel would surely say we were cooking with petrol upon hearing such a whopper. No, I am an old woman looking for a son. Understood, madame. You remind me of him so. Would you mind terribly if I talk to you for a little while? I'm fearing the worst for my son, while my grandson has gone off to do great things. I caught myself feeling a bit lonely too. Can imagine no greater living pleasure, though eyelids heavy, getting dark, feeling in extremities fading. Oh, but you must be exhausted from your travels, you poor thing. Why don't you just lie there and take a rest? I'll tell you a story. Kindly, mother, thank you. It's a fairy tale about a young sister and brother who were raised by a wicked witch. The witch, in truth, was a world famous baking baroness. Her cruelty made life miserable for her two children who do not have their father anymore to protect them. He was the greatest prankster who ever lived and a true southern gentleman. He was killed by a comet on the day the boy was born, and the wicked baroness raised them alone with a hand as firm as that which she ran her brutal baking empire. The children pledged to each other that one day they would run away together. They followed in the footsteps of the dear colonel in defiance of the old battle witch. They studied his every jape and practiced them in secret, but as they grew older their interests drifted apart. The boy developed a passion for adventure and put aside his style of practical jokes. He dreamed of wealth and fame and discovery and swore he would wander the world. One day he decided to run away with the loyal dog he inherited from his father. He asked the girl if she would come along, but she was too scared of the retribution that might follow. The boy scoffed at danger and assured his sister there was nothing to worry about. But I had not seen firsthand what the Baroness was capable of. He told his sister that he believed in her and that she could handle whatever the witch threw her. And with that, he was off, and she would never see him again. The Baroness would raise her very strictly, mentoring her in the art of baking. The girl took to the lessons with fierce determination. Her only act of defiance left was to one day surpass the Baroness in skill and beat her at her own game. It was all she could do, for the Baroness made sure she knew that there was no escape. The girl surely missed her brother, and soon enough he achieved fame for his exploits. She followed him in the newspapers, the tales of his remarkable discoveries, inventions, and riches. How she wished she could rejoin him and be free from toiling for the pastry hag. One day the girl was able to gather enough bravery to mention her brother to the Baroness and her desire to see him again. With contempt, she guaranteed that this could never happen. And the girl asked why. That is when the Baroness began to reveal her more than just her baking secrets. She mentioned like in many fairy tales, there was more to the children's past than they knew. The Colonel was not their father, nor the Baroness their mother. They in fact had no father or mother at all, nor were they actually born. They both fallen from the sky. They were not actually brother sisters, they have been told either. And like in many fairy tales, the truth was that they were always destined to become married one day. They were to have 2 children, a son and a daughter, and these children were meant to save the world. But the Bow Witch was determined to make sure that destiny would never be realized. In her limitless cruelty, she would have all the power to keep them apart for the rest of their lives. The girl that day swore she would bring down the Baroness and her evil empire. She would use many secrets she learned over the years against her, and began carefully plotting her downfall. Years went by, the girl nearly ready to put her into action, but then, just like that, the Baroness disappeared. She was never seen or heard from again. The girl was finally free by a strange turn of events, but not without a final jab from the witch. It turned out that in her will she had left the entire company to the boy. The boy, not a grown man. The boy, now a grown man, was already wealthy in his own right. He had no particular need for a baking empire, but assumed control nonetheless, and integrated the company into his extensive collection of enterprises. The girl, instead of seeing this as more misfortune, took the news as a relief. She'd just as soon have nothing to do with the witch's empire, and far preferred to pursue her original passion for practical japery. Hoo hoo hoo. She considered a reunion with her estranged brother and wants destined husband to be, but the days of longing for a future with him seemed to be from another lifetime. The chance had come and gone. She was content to let him live his increasingly elaborate life while she sought a similar one. Besides, now was not the time to revisit destiny with an old star-crossed lover. She had recently become betrothed to a fine, upstanding gentleman. Soon she would start a family. No, not one meant for heroism as foretold, but one that would make her happy nonetheless. In the following years, she was left to ponder all that might have been. What might have been if there was no Baroness to keep the girl and boy apart? What might have been if the Baroness had not disappeared? She had the opportunity to use her secrets against her. For you see, the girl had uncovered so many dirty secrets about the terrible Bower Witch, including the most troubling one of all. Of course, no one would have ever believed her, but she knew. She knew the Baroness was not human. Alright. One of the 6. Still got more. Yeah, now it's technically before the one I want to reach. Which makes this whole thing technically confusing. Busted into his place to finish the quest. I was expecting him to be asleep and was going to figure out some way to wake him up. But like last time I saw him, he was ready to greet me. But I thought the denizens were supposed to be asleep. At least until you do the right things on your quest. They are. As sprites, we were programmed to know these things like that about the game. But I guess not everything. It seems like if you try to go fight them too soon, you find them awake and they're like, what the fuck are you doing here, Ray? Which is what happened last time I saw him before I became a sprite. And I stupidly tried to fight him, which was a bad idea because he's hella strong. And then the whole time he was raving about a stolen sword and missing forge, but I wasn't really listening. If I had, I might have understood he wasn't actually trying to kill me, he's giving me the choice. What choice? Wait, I meant the choice. I always forget I can talk on the line for important short. What did you choose? I guess I made an unwitting choice by deciding to flee. I figured he was unbeatable, so I decided to get the fork out of there. So I snapped a quick capture to get his huge hammer code, then get the fork out. What happened when you saw him this time? Like I said, he was awake again, but this time I wasn't in any condition to fight, so I didn't. And that that's why I didn't get. He's this terrible angry monster guy, but there's no need to fight him, so he looked me up and down all hard, saw the broken sword, and before gave me the choice. You mean choice? Oops. Yeah. So, it was the same choice? No. It's also dinner time. Guess I'll come back to it since there's still a lot to do. So, I'll be back. I'm gonna be having dinner, 45-minute estimate, so that'd be 50 past. Guess 8:45, hopefully. I don't know. Anyway, I'll be back. Alright, I am back. Let's continue through the complex weaving of these multi-choice technical pages. It was different. I think it must have been always different, depending on the circumstances. I don't know what the choice is when you face him the way you're supposed to. But I'm showing up at this as this bleeding bird sprite holding his broken sword. So that's a pretty odd situation. Then what did he make you decide? He sees I've got his sword and it's busted, and you can tell he's pissed. But like before, it's like a restrained anger. Like he's always about to just fucking flip, but still keeps it together. So he can tell me he can repair it and make the D-ringer with the forge lit. He says he only can repair anything, but only one thing, and I had to choose. So I said, okay, fix the sword. As opposed to what? Meh, doesn't really matter. I just thought making the sword felt like the right thing. Oh. So I gave him the sword, but it wasn't all that simple. He needed lava from the forge to make it. Which means the Echidna had to be awake. But the Denizens had to have some kind of truce to make it happen. See what I mean about it being complicated? Yeah. So Jade must have done something right to wake her up and get the forge going. Don't know what she did though. Probably something amazing. She's still working hard to help everyone. I guess I used to be that way, but I've completely forgotten how. Are you sure? What's happening? Reckoning. It's getting close to the end. More meters are getting by the portals. The battlefield will probably be wiped out soon. As voice. Can we do something to stop it? Would there be a point? I don't know. I feel like I like it here though. I felt like I was drawn to come here when I wasn't sure where to go. And hi God. I return. Yeah, me too. The meteors and all the fire reminds me of when I died. And when I was trying to wake John up, I was scared then too. But I didn't let the fear stop me from trying to save him. What would you want to do if you weren't scared? I have no idea. I guess I'd try to help. What is there to do? Well, I was going to bring this sword to Dave. Oh no. Does that mean you're going to leave? No. I was going to stay. I'm not in any shape for more venturing. I figure this is probably my last stop. But maybe this is where you can help. You mean that I should give him the sword? If you want. But I don't want to leave you here either. Maybe you don't have to actually go anywhere. You'll go have a lot of special powers, remember? Because it's sending to doghood. Oh yeah. Try doing your spacey thing. I mean, not to sound condescending or anything, but it's gotta be like borderline omnipotence pretty much. Just putting your mind to it. Alright, I'll try. The sword is sent. Alright. Number 3 of 6. What the hell are you doing now? Oh, password. Seriously? Why did you go back to see her? You didn't mention this last time. Listen, Forecast, I'm going to need a password before we continue. Please? Right, okay. Let's see if I remember. It was pretty elaborate, if I recall. Okay, here it goes. I am a disgusting, worthless build sack on the gargantuan Tito, the laboring leprous muscle beast. My self-esteem is so small, its existence is a matter of conjecture among theoretical physicists. I smell so bad the stench cannot be impressed with even the most elegant florid language. The odor my body makes has made poets cry. I have won special awards for discovering new places to touch myself erotically while farting. I unfairly pulverized the competition in arsehole pageants, and I have received a lifetime ban from ugly contests by President Shortface himself. My blood is not fit to flow through a sewer, and my sign is a pictographic symbol that loosely translates as to please hike these pants up to this guy's armpits, chain him to a flogging jut, and make a fucking example out of this sorry sack of short. When I look in the mirror, my reflection slowly shakes his head while I wet myself in shame. Was it, what, that was it, wasn't it? How was that not fucking it? Did I forget an apostrophe somewhere? No, Carcat, that was not quite the password, but you're on the right track. Can we just talk now? Do you remember the right password? Something along the lines of gracious self-deprecation forced into my mouth, involving reference to some kind of weird human coupling ritual. You're being deliberately dumb. It was, if I hate myself so much, then why don't I hate marry myself? Remember? I was just using the password system to poke a little fun at you and turn you into this whole overdramatic thing. Jeez. Haha. Weird. Can we get down to fucking business again? Up. I wonder if we'll have to start a conversation with our ridiculous argument about the password system. If you drop the password system and let future me talk to you, he might be able to give you an answer. Spoiler, the answer would be no, because the passwords are dumb. Why would I want to do that? The only guy who's dumber than past Karka is future Karka and vice versa. I have this on good authority from both sources. I still think you use the term. Your use of terms is kinda asinine. no past or future car cat from your view. There's car cat who knows less stuff and car cat who knows more stuff. Why not just gather the facts from one who's got the lowdown already? I mean, I do it myself, but I can't stand the guy. You see, that's your problem. Okay, one of your many, many problems. You have no patience to do things the right way. You're always just looking for the shortcut. Even if doing so has brought you nothing but trouble 100 times before. It's sort of funny that the only thing standing in your way is one of your other problems. Your preposterous self-loathing. So you can't even trust your future self to help you cheat. It's like you have so many problems, they cancel each other out. That's not the only thing standing in my way. Your stupid passwords are also standing in my way. If not for that, I could be fast-tracking this to solution C for us both. Exactly. Okay, whatever. Let's just get on with this linear conversation, okay? Okay. So you gave me that silly password and we ended our conversations a few minutes ago from my end. And I scanned ahead looking for a good moment on your timeline to pick it up again. And I noticed you went back to see her again for some reason. Yes. So I'm wondering why. What happened to the frog breeding? I thought we were on a roll with that. Yes, we still are. This little detour was related to that task. We should be nearly done. What was she even saying to you? I can't understand a word of that horrifying gibberish. I can understand her just fine. I still don't get it. Why my Denison was such a nightmare while yours apparently gives you guttural pep talks in some Byzantine monster language. We already talked about this. Can I have an understanding now? Oh, vague bullshit. It's the exact fucking thing I can't get enough of. Well, maybe if you weren't in such a grumpy hurry all the time, you wouldn't have killed your denizen so quickly. You might have actually learned something. Huge, ugly monsters are for killing, period. Did you ever talk to Kanaya about it? I don't remember, maybe. I was a busy guy, Jade. I talked to a lot of people about a lot of stuff, including myself. Her situation was very similar to mine. I thought she killed her denizen to light the forge or something. It doesn't sound like you got the whole story. Or maybe you weren't listening to her. Well, I'm sure I don't think it was whatever you did. And in any case, I thought all that was over with. Why are you back? What does this have to do with frog breeding? This was Kanaya's suggestion. Kanaya's still helping you? Yes. I'm taking her to... I'm talking to her right now, actually. Oh, I see her across the room. She's not talking to anyone on a computer right now. Duh, of course not. She's from a different time than you, genius. Which time? A few hours in your future. Ah, I see how it is. You won't talk to future Carcad till I jump through your forking password hoops and become him eventually. But you'll talk to future Kanaya just like that. Double standard, anyone? Jade says yes, please. You're so ridiculous. I have Kanaya using the same password system as you. She's just a little far ahead on my timeline, is all. It would be pretty hard to keep you both synced up. I thought you didn't want short spoiled from the future though. Yeah, from my future. I don't want you guys telling me the things I do before I do them because you talk to future me. But knowing a few things about your future doesn't really matter. Not that I'm going to tell you any of it, so don't ask. I think I'm on the verge of becoming a religious person. I just don't know where else to turn to remove the awesome suffering that Trollin's temporal chat bullshit miraculously continues to inflict on me. Maybe the mirthful messiahs will come and take my pain away. Oh yes, that sounds heavenly. Jay, please excuse me for a while I go paint my face to outwardly reflect the beauty of my inner awakening and drab my think pen mercilessly to reduce my intelligence to the level necessary to sustain these beliefs. Sign. What are you even talking about? Are we almost done crafting this master plan? I have stuff to attend to here. My team is falling apart and I can't find Gamzee anywhere. I'm worried he might have wandered off somewhere and got hurt. Oh well, you'll find him. I thought you weren't telling me about my future. I know I made an exception, but only one. Let's just move this along. Just update me on the frogs and give me a new password. Okay. Kanaya thinks we should all talk about this. She says you're important to Kasana, but the youth from her time is too busy. Busy with what? She's opening a memo. Right. Time to head into 4 of 6. This'll never end. Mission accomplished. What the fuck? So dumb. Friendly enemies are here. Is still missing though. Wait, this thing is gone too? Actual mission dead. Woof woof woof. I don't think you're gonna kill Jade, buddy. Huge relief. Notice. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh boy, that's not good. I'm not doing so well. Alright, 5 or 6. I am piloting the moon through the first ring right now. At the moment, it's passing through a dream bubble. I am visiting your dream in person. Or you are the one visiting me as I travel in your sleep, if you rather look at it that way. Okay, so all those questions you asked me, getting me to remember, you were just stalling me, weren't you? So I wouldn't wake up to try to stop you. Not entirely. This sucks. Could you just please turn this thing around and come back? Why? I'm already out here. Might as well go through with it. We agreed I'd do it though. Or at least you pretended to agree. Just before going into a major league wind up with your nap yarn. A major league wind up? Sports. It's always been pretty sad that I seem to know more about sports than you. Which is really saying something. All I'm saying is no one likes basketball hog. It's probably just ball hog. I think you should know that is that in the athletic arena of competitive achievement, it's a widely known fact that cherry picking poses get showered in nothing but boos. You don't gank the rock and steal the big man's thunder on his raucous drive to a hole. Oh Lord. Is that the sort of ignominy you want? So you didn't consider sports. You never consider sports. The last thing I want to do is come between a big man's thunder and any particular hole he might prize. And yet such has been what's happened. It's like the tight end was going long down the yard in sudden death. It's me. I'm the tight end. And the quarterback sniped the field goal just before the NFL buzzer went off. The greedy queen bee is you. That's not even close to being a thing in football. But instead of winning the gold sports prize, you just fucking die. Nobody cares and it didn't mean anything. What prize is that? The football prize. You mean the most vaunted accolade associated with the gridiron known as Stanley's Cup? No, come on. It's called the Bruce Bombardi Trophy or something. For best pile squad. I'll take your word for it. And even though you're dead, all these fat millionaires in helmets just leap on your corpse anyway and pile up. I mean, way up. How high do they even have to be? The sport pile doesn't stop from getting taller. Does the officiator have a means of measurement on hand? I wouldn't want to be crushed by a non-regulation sports pile. What do you Do you care you'll be dead like the mission thieving poser you are? Poser? So not cool. Yes, poser. Should be my torso getting pulverized by that avalanche of overpaid beefcakes, and you know it. I forget what we're doing exactly. We are pursuing the hack-dyed debate over who has the best claim to self-sacrifice, or seeing who can out dumbass the other with abstruse sports lingo. There obviously stopped being a difference between those things. The question is offensive. Almost as offensive as you stalling me. Oh, you PR of here in your dumb moon. I'm the one stalling? The moon is probably just a speck in the sky now due to your strange beefcake. Hurrah. Haraj, however it's pronounced. Yeah, but I don't know how to wake back up is the thing. How do I wake back up? I guess I could wake back up. You wake back you up if you really want. Okay, then do it. But you have to promise to stay put. Don't try and stop me, just let it go. But this was my mission. It really makes no sense for you to go. This was never your preoccupation. This was selected for me a long time ago. That doesn't make sense. Why would they drag me into it just to have me make a map and then let you ditch me? They've obviously been going for me too. Yes, they helped you chart a path through the ring, and they will open the path for a pilot they have marked. I believe I fit the description. I'm not sure about you. Why do you think that? I am the pilot. That's all there is to say on the map. But I don't want you to die. Help John and Jade. This isn't right. Now I'm not going to help you wake up. I'll store some more. So you admit you were stalling with all that bullshit? I said not entirely. What do you mean? It's going to be a long ride through all this nothingness. Maybe I just thought some company would be nice, but it's all over. So what'll it be? What? I wake you, but only if you promise to rejoin the others. Could you give a message to John for me? Sure, but if I'm promising not to chase you down, then there's not really any hurry to wake up. Are you sure? I was looking forward to buying another wicked googly with the yarn sports weights. No, I'll stay asleep a while. Okay. What do you want me to tell John? What was that? What? Did you hear something? No, what? I thought I heard something outside. Who's this douchebag? Douchebag. I mean bag. Even I was caught up by misspelling. I'm starring. This dude is making me nervous. You don't remember him? No. Then I guess this isn't a memory. So he's actually here with us on the moon. Not with us, just me. You're still on Earth, remember? Oh, he stabbed Dave and they woke up. Oh, he goes up. He ain't leaving Rose alone. I remember now. I was tricked by a troll into flying up to the last gate using this rocket pack. She said I could take a shortcut and go kill my denizen while he was sleeping. It didn't quite work out that way. And this sounds like Terezi's handiwork. I don't know, she didn't tell me her name. She was a blind troll. She made me this incredibly showy map for me to follow. Yep, that's her. I guess she got both of us then. Unbelievable. She tricked you too? Yes. Well, not tricked so much as made a pointless coin flip and stabbed me in the back. Wow, that's pretty cold-blooded. Oh, sure. She was easily the most underhanded and villainous member of our group. But I didn't let my guard down. And even when she stabbed me, I'm sure she didn't think I was going to die. Why not? It turns out immortality isn't all it's cracked up to be. Let's leave it at that. So I guess you never got around to giving me immortality like you said, or killing me for that matter. Sounds like the blind troll beat you to it. No, I did, but this is hard to explain to you. Explain what? Haha. I guess in her own sick way, she actually set us up on this date together. Maybe I should thank her whenever she falls asleep or dies, God forbid. So now it is a date. I don't know. I said it wouldn't be unless you remembered. And you, now you remember, but you still don't remember me, do you? No. Yeah, thought so. This version of you died before I started messing with you. Not that I expect you to understand what that means. Now I get that. If I had decided not to take the shortcut, I would have left and then you would have talked to me a lot. Yes, that's right. I guess I should have learned to give you a bit more credit by now. I might not have figured that out if not for some things that just happen. I still can't believe I'm meeting a version of you that doesn't remember a thing about me. None of my great exploits or any of the ways I helped you. Only one stupid time I taunted you. It's a vaguely frustrating feeling. Sorry. Not sure what to tell you. So you remember literally nothing I told you about myself? Not even compromising stuff? Well, you did just show me around your planet, which was really cool. There was compromising stuff? Your species would think so, but I guess it doesn't matter anymore. I guess not. But who says we can't get to know each other again? You wouldn't find that boring. No way. Not if you wouldn't. You said the name of the blind troll who killed us, but you never told me yours yet. I haven't? No. It's Vriska. Nice to meet you, Vriska. I'm John. Even though you know that. Yes. So now what do we do aside from be dead for probably ever? Man, I don't know. Maybe you could tell me about how you died. What were the things that just happened you were talking about? For Jews. Well, like I said, I flew up to Lost Gate like this on nice boots. It brought me inside the palace. It was huge. And it took a long time to explore. It was eerily empty too. I had that weird feeling of getting to a place in a video game you're not supposed to be yet because you don't have the right power-ups and such. You know what I mean? Not really. I'm used to taking shortcuts whenever I play games. Okay. So I started getting crazy nervous the longer I was down here. I started to wonder if my silly iron pogo hammer would even do any damage against the monster. snort. What? Against the denizen? Oh, that piece of sure isn't gonna do anything. If I were you, I would have chucked in the forge. Excuse me, it's called the Wrinkle Forker and it's totally amazing. It might be alright if you combine it with something awesome, like some cool dice, for instance. That's so absurd, like anything like that would ever happen. I feel like that's probably gonna happen. It's supposed to be music, but I don't hear anything. Anyway. What's this? I found it very deep in the palace dungeon. I was wandering for hours, following a horrible sound through the pipes. I could tell Typhus was really close because it was very loud here. It could only be the sound of him sleeping. I was so tempted to play it, but didn't dare risk waking him up. Pretty much by then, I was sweating bullets at the thought of confronting him. You are right to be nervous. Denizens are incredibly powerful monsters. You had no chance whatsoever at this stage of the game. You might have stood a chance after I started helping you, but Tresley really screwed you over by leading you here so early. Yeah, I guess if I ever see her, I should thank her too. Why? Because this was important. What was getting killed by a monster? Well, yes, but not just that. The whole ruse was important. If I didn't make the decision to go, then Dave would never be able to go back in time and fix things. In fact, if I didn't die here in this palace, we would never would have been born in the first place. How could you know all that this way? Same goofy face, even with blank eyes. This denizen does not look asleep to me. Nope, he was wide awake when I found him. I practically crotted my pants. Well, that explains your quick death. If your denizen was anything like mine, it wouldn't have wasted much time before unleashing a huge short storm of devastating monster magic. What was your denizen like? Her name was Cetus. She was this awful sea monster. Her lair was deep underground amidst a bunch of shipwrecks. She was quite vicious and territorial. I knew I had to kill her quickly to release the horde before she had the chance to do anything tricky. What do you mean tricky? Did she talk to you? Of course, she was blabbering in reels through most of the fight. I wasn't paying much attention though. I mean, what creature doesn't speak in boring riddles in this game? So is that when you all did kill your denizens as fast as possible without listening to them? Yeah, pretty much. We were all pretty good players, remember? Yes, so I heard. Well, okay, I can't exactly speak for everyone. There was a lot going on, and I don't know how some people went about being their denizens. For instance, I'm not sure how our hero of Breath did it. Maybe the monster just released the horde for him out of pity. Maybe he just talked to his denizen. If there was a way to avoid a tough battle, I'm sure he found it. I'm sure it sounds like a good way to cheat yourself out a lot of sweet XP and loot though. I don't know, you might be surprised. John, are you saying you had a nice friendly chat with your hideous bloodthirsty creature before he killed you? Yes. Typhus may not be pretty to look at, but he's not a bad guy at all. It seems she's acting out again. Sorting these clippings will have to wait while I sit down. I apologize profusely. Please continue to help yourself with the serviceable command in my absence. As a first-class host, I keep a healthy supply on hand at all times. It's a literal ball of commands. It's a bang, bang, bang on the door. Okay. Made it to a page where I can save before going into the next 5 things. Because now it is after. Yep, it is after the number I wanted to reach. The number I wanted to reach was technically a part of the clippings. But since this is a new, fresh batch, this is a perfect place to conclude. Anyway, and also, the fact that it's, 7 hours of stream. So yeah, that'll be that for Homestuck for now. Get to see more of what's going on later. But yeah, it's some more Sunday, so I'll be playing at Inhaler and more Homestuck. Yeah, for now, that will be it for things. So, thank you all for watching. Thank you if you followed or subscribed. And peace until next time. Also, thanks to members. Anyway, that'll be it. So, peace, thank you, and goodbye.